Hello, another live. Still getting used to this. Hope to speak to some individuals that may want to talk about atheism, Christianity, any other forms of spirituality you might have. Christianity, any other forms of spirituality you might have. There's a link posted at the top of the chat that'll bring you right into my chat room. Just getting going today. A little bit under the weather, but definitely interested in speaking with anyone that wants to chat. I was talking to someone in another room named Jakey. So, Jakey, if you're around, come on in. I was thinking last night about biblical slavery, and that was something that's very discouraging because it is so clear that the Bible does promote or endorse or condone slavery, and it never ever disavows itself from there, right? So many passages that demonstrate that the Bible clearly allows for God's followers to own another human being. And it's very discouraging when I hear theists and Christians come in and talk about how it was a nice form of slavery and that sort of mentality. It's just so discouraging to hear. I mean, owning another human being is never a good thing. And yet Christians try to defend it when the God says it's okay. It's kind of sick, really. So, come on in, let's chat. Christians, I'd love to hear about the reason you have for the hope that lies within. Why you get such hope out of believing in Jesus, following Jesus. I know I was there for many years, but I've come a long way. So it's been about 10, 12 years that I have been an atheist. And I find my life with much more peace of mind, much more mental stability. And I'd love to hear from Christians about why they have mental stability believing in Jesus, what that belief brings to them in a day in and day out basis. Would love to hear about that. I'm friendly, like to chill, chat comfortably, and all are welcome. I talk to many Christians that say, well, the Bible never contradicts itself. I hear this quite often. And it is so obvious that the Bible contradicts itself many, many times. It's not just a one-time thing. It's many times. But when you demonstrate this and show in the text, in the Bible, how it contradicts itself, Christians come up with all kinds of twisted logic of why it's not a contradiction. And they'll say, oh, it's an apparent contradiction, and come up with some rationalization that somehow will make it make sense to them. So I wanted to point out one biblical contradiction today. And it's clear to me it's a contradiction. But if you feel it's not a contradiction, please let me know. Right, here it is. I wrote out the passages. Okay, the contradiction is this. Okay. In the book of John 3:13, the Bible says this, and no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man, which is in heaven. So here we see the Bible saying that no man has ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven. And then in the book of 2 Kings, chapter 2, verse 11, we see, then it happened as they continued on and talked, that suddenly a chariot of fire appeared with horses of fire and separated the two of them. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. Yes, that is, Elijah went up into heaven by a whirlwind. Now, I don't know where you guys come from, but that's a simple contradiction to me. All right. I don't know how you can say it's not a contradiction. It's pretty clear and straight up. You know, one part of the Bible says that nobody ascended up to heaven, and another part says Elijah ascended up to heaven. Okay. So which one is it? Is it no one ascended up to heaven, or is it, yes, people have ascended up to heaven? Just a simple contradiction. There are so many principles in Christianity that are contradictory. I mean, even how you are saved. Are you once saved, always saved? Is that how it actually works? Or is it you can lose your salvation? And we could see Bible passages, and we do when we read the Bible, that would indicate both. There are passages that indicate you can lose your salvation, and yet there are passages that indicate you cannot lose your salvation. Direct contradiction. Now, you could jump around, go into mental gymnastics, try to make it make some sort of sense for you, but that's a contradiction. Right? It's totally a contradiction. Free will is a contradiction. How can God know all things, past, present, and future? And yet we have a free will to do as we please. And again, there's philosophical arguments, rationalizations, but it's a major contradiction. How do we think that God knows all things and what will exactly happen? Therefore, it will happen. All right, there's no way to stop it from happening. And then, on the other hand, we say, well, we create our own destiny and we have a free will. Well, these stuffs have been argued for 1,000 years, and nobody has ever figured it out. We just have opinions. We have beliefs, but none of it is concrete because ultimately it's a contradiction. All right, there's nothing else to say. It's a contradiction. How can God be a Trinity? That's a major contradiction. Right? There's no way around that. I mean, we could say, well, we just believe it by faith. That's okay. Right? You can say that, and I can accept that. You believe things. But it's definitely a contradiction that there would be one God only one God, and yet we have three persons, being Jesus, who is God, the Father, who is God, and the Holy Spirit, who is God. All right. That does not make sense. Okay. It doesn't make mathematical sense. It makes no sense in any way. And yet Christians will debate that. Some will say God is a Trinity. Some will say no, God is one. All right. But you could go round and round and round and round, and there's no answer because it is a contradiction. It's totally a contradiction. Okay. Look at the trees. How you doing, my friend? Right. Have you ever wondered how Christians, understand the Trinity? Because I've never understood it. I accepted it at one point as being true, but it was just a belief because it makes no sense that there would be one God and yet three different, distinct, unique persons that are God and they are distinct. That simply makes no sense. Never will, never has, but we go on, and Christians, making an issue of this and trying to tell people that they have to believe this. Okay. And yes, Satan is a god, even according to the Bible. I mean, the Bible says that Satan is the god of this world. Again, a contradiction. Who is the god of this world? Is it Yahweh or is it Satan? Okay. Pretty ridiculous contradictions. And yet we hear the Bible has no contradictions. No contradictions. It's filled with contradictions. From beginning to end is contradictions. So it's a bizarre thing to see, right? All the contradictions, and yet Christians will say, no, there's no contradictions. Never happened. Well, you must not understand what the word contradiction means. You cannot possibly understand what that word means and still claim there are no contradictions. So, hey, look at the trees. How's your day going? You still in the woods? Yeah, I hear that. I mean, it's funny that a lot of Christians don't read their Bible, and yet they talk so confidently about it. It's amazing to me. Ooh, you snowed in? Wow, that must be difficult. Having snow and there's nowhere for you to go. Well, be safe, my friend. Be safe. Hope you have food and enough to get you through the snowstorm. Like Christians reading the Bible, what they really mean most of the time is they go to church and they see one or two Bible verses and they hear a pastor speak about those verses for 45 minutes and then they go home. And that's their Bible study for many Christians. It's sad. Right? Many atheists know far more about the Bible than Christians do, which is just ironic. Gotta have that firewood, my friend. You amaze me that you you're living like that, you know. It's like you must be really good with survival instincts. I know in the past I could do that. At my age now and in my condition, I don't think I could make it. It's it's something I've done in the past. I mean, I lived in a car for a long time, but I couldn't do it now. No way. Too old, too tired, and I don't think I'm healthy enough to do it. But it's awesome that you can do that, and you can have a lot of time to think and meditate on things in a natural environment, and sometimes that creates a whole new stable mind that you may have not had before. You know, no distractions, and you can think about things more clearly. Yeah, I can relate to that. You know, peace is sometimes attained in the quiet times that we have alone, where we can meditate and think about who we really are, you know, what we're really about. And it's a wonderful thing to come to know yourself better rather than being told what you are. When you know yourself, it's quite freeing and it's quite mentally healthy. That's one thing I realize now, that it's such a big difference between being a free thinker and being a religious thinker. See, religious thinkers never really think for themselves. They're told what to think. They don't trust their own thoughts. Many Christians believe they're bad people, you know, that it's impossible for them to be decent human beings because without God, they're wicked. Okay. And it's such a negative way to think about yourself. I mean, yeah, we do things that are not always correct. We can have bad judgment, but we're not bad, evil people. Okay. You know, there's levels to this, you know. Most of us are not mass murderers. Most of us are not destroying, you know, people every day. We want to do the right thing. And if we train our mind, we can become better human beings and we can improve ourselves. And none of that has to do with listening to what a Bible tells you. Yep, that is true. The Bible does say you are broken and there's only one fix. There is no other fix. You got to believe something. That's the ultimate Bible fix. It's like you could be having any issue in the world, and the Bible fix is, well, you believe in Jesus, and everything's going to be okay. It's quite ridiculous, really. It's quite ridiculous. Right? If only things were so simple. You believe something, everything is okay. And doesn't work that way. Right? You still have problems. Nothing changes. You just believe something. Right? It's just insane. I can't even think of going back to being trapped in that bubble, that mental bondage. You know, I'm so bad I can't think for myself. I don't know anything. I have to go to Jesus and ask him what what is best for me. What a weak way to live a life. So weak. It's pathetic. Very weak. It's much more strong to have confidence in your own mind and to be able to think things through using your own cognitive ability. So much more strength there, for sure. Man, that's true. Right. Really, when you're talking to God, you're most definitely talking to yourself. It's totally the way it works. Right. You have an inner dialogue, you're contemplating something, and it's like you compartmentalize in your own brain. Well, this is me over here, and that's God over there. Meanwhile, it's all you. You just talk to yourself. That's why you go in a room and people are praying and they're all talking to themselves. I mean, you could do that. It doesn't hurt anybody, but it doesn't, there's no God in the room. It's kind of like when I come on this live and there's nobody here. All right. I'm talking to myself, but at least I don't think it's a God I'm talking to. Oh my gosh. Right? God's voice does sound like you, just a different thought you're having becomes the God. And then you make a decision, and after thinking about it, and then you go, well, God led me to do this. Really? God led you to do this? It was yourself that led you to do this. That's really how it works. And then you bring in the devil, and that's a whole other bag of tricks that you play with your own mind when you think the devil is talking to you. And that's also just you talking to yourself. Surely it must be the devil that gave me this naughty thought. Oh, I look back, I gotta love it, right? Surely the devil is the one who makes you want to do something naughty. Couldn't be yourself. Oh my gosh. The whole sin thing, sin. I want to sin. Therefore, it's the devil telling me that. Oh gosh. And then they go into the flesh. Right? Must be the flesh. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. The flesh. As a Christian, I would say things like, I was going along really good with the Lord, and then I went into the flesh. And once I went into the flesh, woo, it was bad. Oh, gotta beware of that flesh. Gotta be careful. That flesh is gonna come get you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's a big cult. Right? Is another weird thing. It's like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism. They are literally cults. It's just that they're large. That's it. It's like you see one cult and it's a small group of people, and everyone's, even the Christians and the other big religions, point the finger. That's a cult. But they're following their own cult. Their cult is just large. That's it. And it's more socially acceptable to be in the big cult. Mormonism. My gosh, what a cult. But in America, if you say you're Mormon, it has some credibility, right? Oh yeah, he's Mormon. That's okay. He's in this wonderful religion. He loves God. Right? No, he's in a cult. Oh boy. So glad I'm out of that. So glad I'm out of that. So there was a guy, Jakey. I'm not sure if it was a guy or a girl, but I was hoping they would come in because they wanted to prove, their faith was real. And I love conversations like that. Love talking to theists who want to prove that their God is real and watch them fail miserably over and over and over. And watch them get frustrated and, lose the debate every time. Go back thinking they won, even though they didn't. Some of my favorite conversations, really. But I try to be kind. I try to be nice. I try to put myself back to when I used to think the same things and understand that these are people that just don't they don't see things the way I do now. And I like to have mercy. I like to give them a little bit of, okay, a little bit of it. You've managed to make sense of some of it, but I always know that they're just not rational thinkers, that they have some sort of a mental issue going on. Yeah, Jakey was in there, trying to convert, I guess. It's pretty difficult to convert human beings that think for themselves. But they can be persuasive to some, I guess. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought Jakey was more like a Christian. I was unaware. He was into reincarnation. I guess that's he must have been into Eastern mysticism. That whole Hindu New Age, Eastern mystical thoughts. One of the best things is to watch these types of people wiggle when you ask them something like, well, what is spirituality? Can you tell me what it is? And you get all kinds of wacky answers. You get all kinds of mental gymnastics. You said you heard from a Holy Ghost. What was that like? It's nuts watching them wiggle around. Right? Word salad. That's when it becomes pretty fast. definitely, if you haven't tried it yet, look, ask people that go into all the woo-woo stuff about spirits and all that. Ask them, well, what is spirituality? Find out what answer they give you, because it's not going to make any real sense. So I had this surgery, and I've been recovering. It's been quite painful, but dealing with it. I had 3 different hernias removed at the same time. One was a giant one, the size of a baseball. It was like that big. And so I have these incisions all over my front. And I've been recovering, not sleeping well yet, too much pain. I don't take like painkillers. He prescribed, oxycodone, and that's just not my thing. So all I take is some Tylenol. But each day it's been like I've had 2 days of recovery. This is my 3rd day, and I think it's getting a little better each day. The pain is getting a little less, but hard to sleep. I'd hate to be in a car when I was feeling like this, you know. So hopefully I can recover and get back to doing just walking a lot and stuff like that. Because at my age, that's what I need the most, is simple exercise. Metal shin bone. Boy, that must have been crazy getting that put in. And I'll tell you what was an experience for me, because I never had an operation. I never was under anesthesia. That was really, really odd coming out of the anesthesia. I felt so whacked out coming. I mean, they used that anesthesia that Michael Jackson overdosed on, which is insane that he would use that, because having never been through anything, never being unconscious in my whole life, it was so weird. I just like, boom, got knocked out, just woke up like wondering where the heck I was. It was definitely something I don't want to do very often. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like I thought the next day, I was like, that must be what it's like to be dead, because I didn't feel anything, didn't experience anything, didn't have any visions, didn't have any thoughts. I mean, that's being dead, and it's not scary. I mean, nothing bad occurred, while I'm under, and nothing bad at all. It's just nothingness, And then, of course, there's the people who have these near-death experiences, which we know is just, your brain functioning differently. Yeah. It was kind of weird going through that anesthesia thing. It was strange. I was thinking, what kind of a kook was Michael Jackson to be doing that on his own? He was putting himself under anesthesia. He had a doctor, running around putting him under just to get sleep. And that's like so bizarre that you would want to do that. Right? Accident is a near-death experience for sure. In a practical way, that's what it is. The near-death thing is so woo-woo in and of itself. Near death. I always tell people, yes, you were near death, but you did not die. Because if you died, we wouldn't be having this conversation, right? Kind of what happens is you can flatline and your heart can stop, but your brain is still functioning, all right? So you're still alive, even though in one way, like if you look at just heart activity, you could be dead, considered dead, but that's not really dead. It's near death. Nothing more. It's near death. Right? But they act as though they died. They went somewhere. Then they came back. None of that makes any sense. Exactly. Strange things go on in the brain. That's really all it is. And if you're a religious person and you have some wacky hallucination or dream while you're in that state of mind, you call it, spirituality. Because in the end, spirituality is just a product of our brains. It's a product of our mind. I mean, that's what spirituality actually is. And, if it's defined as such, I can understand it, but I can't understand it as some, entities that are invading our brains and stuff. That I don't go there. Another thing that's so weird, we're talking to Christians, other religious people, is that they interpret everything so bizarrely, so strangely, the way they interpret everything. Something happens and they can't just take it for what it is. They have to spin it in some strange direction in order for it to make them feel better, and it's definitely not good for the brain, in my opinion. It's not a good way to be, that you always have to twist things. I remember being Christian, always wondering, what is God up to? When I talk to Christians, my family, I hear that all the time, Well, the Lord is doing this and the Lord is doing that. It's like, well, how do you know the Lord is doing this or the Lord is doing it? Well, I really don't know, but I have this sense because the Spirit came to me. And I always say, well, I guess you thought something, right? And that kind of stops them in their tracks, because they're thinking, well, yeah, I guess I did think something. And that's all it is. It's like they thought something. But they have this weird interpretation of something they thought, Why would a perfect God's plan or book need interpretation? It wouldn't. It certainly wouldn't, right? But it does, because it's just a book written by men, right? And it's interpreted by men. So of course it's, it needs interpretation, but if it was actually, written by a God, it would go beyond just words on a page. I mean, it would, I see it being almost like a magical device that you walked around with, right? God's going to communicate with me all day long through this book. And every time I open it, I get a direct message from God. But we know that doesn't happen. All we have is a book written by men. Because apparently that's the best the supernatural, all-knowing, all-powerful being can do. He couldn't write it himself, right? He couldn't talk to us directly. He had to have men write a book 2,000 years ago. That's how he communicates. He had some men write a book that has contradictions, a book that has errors, and it's just the same old book. So if I read it next year, God is telling me the same thing that he told me this year. Right? And it's ridiculous to live your life in that box, reading the same passages over and over and over again. I mean, dang, I read the Bible over and over, and then you're hoping, well, maybe I'm going to see something a little different than I did last time. And that will be God speaking directly to me. Everything to make an excuse for the God. Everything. Right? Everything to say, well, the God doesn't have to actually be here, but we can pretend he is. That's the whole mind game that you go through to maintain your faith. It's always a mental game, and it's always talking to yourself. And it's wonderful that we can understand this now, It's always talking to yourself. And never, ever an actual God speaking. So does the OCD have any positive benefits? My experience with pastors is that they bow out of the conversation relatively quickly. Right? Pastors are not usually very really deep into the Bible. They're just communicators, at least in a lot of the modern churches. So I find pastors bow out of the difficult conversations pretty quickly and leave with, well, I will pray for you. And it's like, okay, go right along, pray for me. All right. Because I mean, I look at Christians who want to pray for you as having a sincere intent. I don't look at it as they're trying to do something bad. So I'll usually say, okay, that's great. Sometimes I'll add, oh, don't think it's going to do anything, but feel free to pray for me. And I do appreciate your kind thoughts. So that's how I handle that. I've heard that OCD is comes in a variety of different ways to different people. I hear about people who have these thoughts about having everything in order and perfectly in their place. I've heard of people who are just obsessed with negative thinking. There's a lot to it. I don't know all about the diagnosis of it, but I've heard different people report different phenomenon, you know. I would guess, and tell me if this is out there, that a good way to deal with OCD might be a type of meditation. I mean, that might be helpful. I don't know if you know anything about that, but that could possibly be helpful. Yeah, normal is a spectrum. You know, there's a spectrum of being normal. It's just kind of being in the spectrum that is most um, acceptable. You know, but in today's world, I'm not sure if being normal is a good thing. So yeah. Well, medicine does help too, huh? And meditation, yeah. I would just think meditation could be helpful. And medicine, yeah. I mean, that depends, I guess, the technology and the biology behind the medication, but the things in our brain are chemical. So when you induce chemicals, they do have an impact for sure. It's just being very careful on what type of impact they might have, you know. They say you got to be careful with the medications for the brain. I guess a good doctor, that's their expertise, and you got to trust them at some point, see how it works for you. Because once you're dealing with brain chemistry, it's a very important thing. Ah, during that surgery, they put the thing down your throat. I've been coughing the last couple days, some dry mouth, and then they put something down your throat. You know, trying to drink a lot of water. you know, look, being alone in the woods can be challenging Um, it's vitally important that you try to keep your mind clear. That's a vital thing. And like I said, sometimes it can help clear your mind being away from it all. You know, it has a healing and therapeutic benefit, but your most important asset and your most important thing uh, that you have as a human being is your mind, is your brain. It's far more important than any other organ. Wow. So it does help. You feeling better lately? Very good. Really glad to hear that. Keep your mind straight. That's the single best advice I can give anybody. As a man who's getting up there in age, I talk to anyone that's younger or anyone uh, that I want to help. That would be the number one thing. Try to take care of your mind, because without it, life can get crazy. I have a daughter that's in ministry, and she was diagnosed with OCD as well. And I don't, the diagnosis gets a little strange, like we were talking about, different types. But she's fully functional and everything. So there's nothing, you know, she she's amazing, really. But she had more like a phobia type OCD, you know, obsessing on thoughts that were really negative, that type of thing. But she's doing well. Yeah, most of mental issues are broad. The whole field of psychology and psychiatry is categorizing things, but the human mind is so complex. It's hard to put everyone or every situation in one box. You know, so that's where these diagnoses come in, and a specialist is supposed to be able to put you in a category. And once they put you in that category, that would be your diagnosis. But yeah, it's very broad. I mean, you could hear about people who have OCD and can't function, right? And then other people function fine, and yet they call it the same thing. So how much snow did you get over there? Or is it still coming? What kind of work you do? Foot. That's significant. How does it affect your work? Is it just like a matter of concentrating, or do you get where you can't focus? What is it that particularly like hurts your ability to do your work? Do you get uh, when working with others? Is it a matter of communication, or is it just a thing where you prefer to be by yourself? Because it's interesting that you're living by yourself. Not many people do that. Is that something that you don't like to socialize in an environment with a lot of people? Is that something you just basically more of a loner type? Hey, SBC Cave, I see you over there. Been having a long talk with Look at the Trees. Is SBC Southern Baptist Convention? Just wondering. TK breaks the rules. I see you too. Glad to have you here. Computers. Microcomputers? Like how small are they? I I'm into computers. I have a lot of them, and the smallest ones I got are like this big. Yeah. Look at the trees. That's okay. It's like we need to be social beings because we need other human beings to socialize with and to communicate with. But it is still always good to have some alone time. Hey, flute whistle. See you too. Time to get with the God of the Bible. I was with that God for a long time. So I don't know. I guess he doesn't. He's had enough of me. I I know there's been a lot of trouble with the Southern Baptist Convention. As far as scandals that were covered up. So I guess it's not a bad thing to be not in the Southern Baptist Convention. TK breaks the rules. God is real, and you all need to repent, because that God is 100% the Christian God. Ooh. Ooh. TK breaks the rules. Glad to hear you believe that. Right. Problem is, not everyone believes what you believe. And when you don't believe what you believe, what you just said just doesn't have much impact. I love talking about God and all that stuff. It's been a major part of my life for so many years, being a Christian for so many years, and now being a non-believer for about the last 10, 12 years. And I find all that stuff very interesting. And I love talking to Christians, as long as they don't get their feelings hurt. Because Christians, I want you to know you're not going to hurt my feelings, right? Because they're not able to be hurt. So, but I hope I don't hurt anyone else's feelings. Flute. Look at the trees. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy. TKS, I don't see what you see. What is your explanation for the order in the universe? Probably don't have much of an explanation, right? I don't think I need to have much of an explanation, right? If you found an explanation, good for you. Okay, wonderful for you, but I have no need to have an explanation of that. Come back home to our God of the Bible. I think it's kind of too late for that. Why is it that when all the elementary particles came into being, there wasn't a single useless elementary particle? I don't know. and neither do you. You probably just pretend you do, but you don't know. Leon McBain. All right. The Book of Mormon was written by somebody, so that's how it came into being. Right? A man wrote it, or a group of men. I'm not Mormon, never was Mormon, so I don't, not an expert on Mormonism, but I know it's a book of fiction. That I know. And men wrote it, so that's how it came into being. Okay. So then we have the Mormon versus the non-Mormon, and which God is better than, my God is better than your God. Okay. Oh my gosh. It is pretty funny how in the world of religion and religious thought, it is always the God that you believe in that is the better God. And it's always the other gods that are fake and the bad gods. And it's just like when you watch it from the outside, it is so ridiculous. My God is better. My God did this, and my God did that. It is really like such an immature conversation. Which God is better than the other God? Wow. Alma 32. SBC Cave. Why won't you answer the question of moral objectivity? I have no problem answering that question. All right. Usually when someone talks about moral objectivity or subjectivity, it does go off into a pretty deeper conversation, and it goes off into a more lengthy conversation. That's difficult to do just with reading a text on in a chat. Here is a link. So if anyone wants to join me in the actual room where we can see each other, or I can hear you live speaking, this is the link to do so. Again, I'm an old man. I smoke pot. It's hard for me to speak with so many people at the same time, but I'd love to talk to one or two at a time. And, everyone else who is not directly communicating, feel free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat. Here's the link. Well, Leon, I already went atheist, and that was probably about 10, 12 years ago. So I never read or am familiar with the person you're talking about, Stefan Molyneux. I don't know who that is. Hey, Thomas. Is it TK? Thomas K. Let me let you in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. I saw your lives and I thought I'd come join.
Always welcome.
So why are you an atheist?
Well, I became an atheist probably about 10 to 12 years ago. I don't really keep track of like the years, so kind of goes fast, but it's been a while, and I'm an atheist because I don't believe in any gods.
Okay, but what was your reason? Like, what were you before, and why did you change?
I was born into a Catholic mom and dad. I did some Catholic stuff when I was young, so it's what I was first exposed to as far as any form of belief system. It was, catechism, first communion, baptism, in the Catholic Church, and first confirmation. And then I started reading the Bible when I was young on my own, and kind of tossed around for a long while, wondering what it was I really believed. But I had a fondness for the Bible. I read a book, a Bible that was like more geared towards the young. It was called The Way. It was like a living translation type of Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I was young at the time, but when I got older, probably around the age of 25 or so,
Mm-hmm.
I got involved with a more a deeper focus on the Bible and Christianity, and I started attending some Bible studies and some charismatic type meetings, prayer meetings, and long story short, I gave my life to Jesus, uh, dedicated my life to Him when I was, a much younger man, and I lived many years in that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So
I
you were
changed.
indoctrinated into it, is what you were saying. Like you grew up with a family that raised you into it. You just kind of were like blindly following it, and then when you were 25, you were still following it and living your life according to it. You just didn't know why.
No, I mean, for me, I had more like a radical conversion when I was around 25.
Radical conversion.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I was brought up with a basic Christian understanding,
Okay.
right? But it wasn't like playing a major role in my life. Right? But when I was about 25, I got really into it,
Mm-hmm.
and that was like a born again experience.
But
And
why? Like, what was the drive to become radical towards it?
when I look back now, it was a situation where I was struggling with things in my life. Right, I was seeking out, a relationship that I saw other people having that
Like
was
with women
attractive.
or with God?
No, 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 with God.
Oh, okay.
That I thought was attractive at the time. Um, I was a young man, but had things, a lot of responsibility and a lot of things going on in my life, and
Yeah.
I kind of thought that I needed something more, I guess. You know, so I made a decision and I stuck with it until eventually I realized it was not true. So that's what got
Oh,
me.
hold on. When you say you realized it wasn't true, that you realize when you say that that's a truth claim in itself, right? How are you so certain that it's not true?
Well,
Because you need to be 100% sure.
no, I'm not 100% sure. All right, this is what I find, you know, kind of a we're not 100% sure. At least I'm not. I mean,
That's why
so
they
I don't
call it
know.
a faith.
Well, I'm saying somebody might be 100% sure, but I don't even believe them. Okay, because it's like I don't know how a person can be 100% sure of, you know, there's very little I would say I'm 100% sure of.
I would totally agree with you on, and that's why I don't agree with atheists in general, is because cause their claim is pretty much that they're 100% sure there is no God. And how can you be 100% sure? How can you be 100% sure that you even exist? You know?
But I'm not that atheist.
So
I'm
you're
not,
agnostic.
no, I'm atheist. I don't believe in God.
Okay. But
What an atheist
what
is.
is the percentage?
That
Like
I
what?
believe in God?
Yeah, if you could put a percentage on it, what is your percentage that you're sure on it? Like 50%, 70, 80? Because you
Um,
said you're not 100.
yeah, definitely not 100 because I mean, if you ask me all different things, I'm probably not 100% sure on most things. All right. But for me, I'm pretty darn sure.
Pretty
Okay.
darn sure.
Yeah. I mean, not 100%, but way up there.
Maybe 90%.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I like, as far as the Christian God, definitely, definitely way up there, but
Why,
not
why, why
100%.
Christian God specifically?
That's the God I'm most familiar with, I guess. I mean, that's a God that I just think is one of the most preposterous gods out there. Right? So that God for me is one that, I feel really, really confident in my thoughts that God does not exist. But is it
Okay,
possible? Again, I would say yes, it's possible, but very, very low possibility in my mind.
so you're saying you're pretty sure there is no God, and you're even more sure that if there is no God, it's definitely not the Christian God.
I would say the Christian God is the God that I'm most familiar with,
Uh-huh.
and I spent my life dedicated to. And
Mm-hmm.
I have come to a point where that God would be one of the most, very, very unlikely gods. All right. Now, is there possible there's something else out there? Yeah, I guess and it's even possible. Again, we're talking about a spectrum of belief, which is what you know, were asking. So I'm answering the question straight up, my friend. Right?
Yeah.
I think that the idea of for me believing a biblical God exists, 99% sure that God does not exist.
That's interesting. Because I'm 99.9% repeating, like 99.99999% repeating. I'm
Yeah,
99.999% sure there is a God.
right.
And then I'm very convinced, I don't know percentage wise, but I'm very convinced that that God is the Christian God. And I came from a atheist background. I was an atheist my whole life.
Right. So we're opposites.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's understandable because we're all human beings and we
Well,
all have
well,
our own thought
mathematically,
processes.
you can try and refute me, but mathematically, the odds are that there is a God. Like you can't tell me otherwise because math shows otherwise. And then so if you have to determine who that God is, then you have to look at all what we're offered. Either the God that created everything hasn't shown himself yet, which, okay, maybe, or that God has shown himself yet. So it's a 50-50. Either he's shown himself or he hasn't shown himself. If he has shown himself, the most likely of all those choices is obviously the Christian God. So there's a lot of like room to put your faith in specifically to the Christian God. You see what I'm getting at?
I'm not seeing it. I mean,
You
I
don't see what I'm
understand.
getting at.
No. And I don't see. I simply I don't think like a Christian thinks.
Have
So
you
I mean,
well, have you ever you don't need to think like a Christian. You need to
sure
think
I
like
do.
no, you need to think with logic. You need to think with science. You need to think with understanding. If you just go in blind, then you're going to fall. Of course you're going to fall. You're not going to be a real Christian. You're studying your faith blindly, which doesn't make sense to me. It's
So
like
do you feel you have a proof of this Christian God?
proof is a very strong word. That's why
Oh, I know
it's
it
called
is.
that's called a faith, right? And I have
Mhm.
evidences. I have plenty of evidence.
Well, I'm saying, like, when we talk about proof, I know it's a strong word. I get that.
Proof
If
is like to say something is true and there is no other way out of it. And that's like, can you prove to me that you're real? Even if you like cut yourself open and showed, it still
Yeah.
wouldn't prove that you're real.
Well, I mean, I definitely can prove to you I'm real in a scientific way. I mean, whether you believe I'm real or not, I could demonstrate to you I'm real. You can come and touch me, and you could look at me, and we could poke my skin and all that. All right. But you could still choose to say, no, I don't believe it. All right. But
well, there's still room for error. Like even using science, like I could be hallucinating, or I could be dreaming, or there's many different potential outcomes where it's not true. That's why I'm saying like prove is a very strong word, because you can word game that very hard.
Well, I recognize it's a very strong word. So you don't think you can prove there's a God, is what I'm gathering, right?
Well, I can't prove that I exist to you. I can't even prove to you that I exist.
I think you can prove that you exist to me.
I can show you evidences.
Well, I could come if, again, you're just a voice right now, right? I'm not even
exactly
speaking.
I could be AI.
But you could be, but I'm saying you could prove that you're not AI to me.
How?
You can invite me over to, where you are. I could come and look at you.
What if I was a robot, though?
Well, I mean, again, I'd have to like cut you open.
Even if you cut me open, what if I was just made to seem like I was a human with all the parts, but I was an alien?
I mean,
like Men in Black, that little alien in the head?
It's possible you can fool me, all right? But
yeah.
But I don't require that type of proof to believe in a God. I mean, that's not what I'm looking for. And, I would believe that you were real when I came and looked at you and talked to you and, tested to see that you are real. I would believe it. Is it perfect? No. I think we agree on one thing. It's like there's not an absolute proof. Right?
Well, you can't say that because that's an absolute statement.
I mean,
you saying there is no absolute proof is an absolute in its own.
In all sincerity, all right, and with all due respect, I can say whatever I want, all right, and you could say whatever you want, all right. Mm-hmm. I don't, when you start playing philosophical games, that doesn't prove anything to me at all.
No, I know. I'm just trying to get you to see that when you use the word proof, you're going to build yourself up to have, like, you need 100% proof, and that's just simply not possible for anything.
That's not the standard I put on what I believe. I believe many things, and I believe things that have not been 100% proven to me. All right.
Right. When you're in your car, you're driving, you're going up the hill, right? You don't need proof that there's going to be a car in your lane coming your way when you're going up over the hill. You're just believing there's not going to be a car in your lane when you're going up over the hill. That's what faith is. It's logical. You use logic, you use evidence, you use understanding to base how you live.
I don't see faith the way you see faith.
Okay, how do you see faith?
Faith to me is related to belief, all right? And belief is grounded on things that may be solid, may be true, may not be true, all right? So when someone says they have faith in something, to me, they're indicating that they don't know for sure, all right? And, the amount of faith, I mean, faith is subjective. All right. It absolutely is. It can't be anything but that. So, like, I see faith as being kind of believing things without knowing they are true. That's how I see faith.
This is just going to go in a circle because you already know what I'm going to say. I'm just going to continue.
I don't know, but I will say this. I will say this. If you have any evidence of your God, I'd love to hear it.
There you go.
If it's going to be a philosophical mishmash, then that proves absolutely nothing. Right?
Philosophical mishmash, how?
Well, when we look at philosophy, right, just as a discipline, philosophy is concepts in our
Mm-hmm.
minds, all right, and concepts in our minds cannot prove anything detectable or tangible, right? It's just like, well, I believe this and you believe that, and
So,
you know,
so you want an explanation absent of philosophy, period.
well, I think philosophy can be a part of it, but it can't be it, all right? Because philosophy doesn't determine truth at all.
Well, do you
Never
believe
will,
in
never has.
logic? Do you believe in logic?
Yeah, but logic doesn't determine truth. Logic is a tool we use.
Logic doesn't determine truth?
No, no. Logic is philosophy is a
Then how do you get math?
logic. Logic is a type of philosophy. Do you agree with that?
Hold on. How do you get math if logic isn't how you determine truth? Because you
Math
need
isn't a
logic in order
philosophy.
to have math.
Yeah, you can use. I use logic every day. I'm not
Uh-huh.
anti-logic. Okay, so don't
Okay.
jump to the extreme. All right, I'm not
Okay.
anti-logic. All right,
Okay.
because I know that's. I mean, I talk to people and they jump to these extremes. It's like I'm
Yeah.
not. So let me make it clear. I'm not anti-logic. I like logic, and logic
Yeah.
is a wonderful tool. All right, but math is you could use logic, but math is objectively true. All right. Because math is beyond logic, it's beyond philosophy, it's different. All right. And, when we combine everything and kind of say, well, logic is always true. No, I could use good logic and be wrong. All right.
So you
That's just a fact.
you think math is true?
I think it's objectively true if it's good
This is
math.
objectively true? Okay, good.
If it's good math. I mean,
I
if
just
it's,
want
if
to
it's
I just want to let you know
garbage,
though, you do require logic in order for math to work.
I require logic to think clearly. I require logic for much. I'm into logic, my friend.
Do you think
But
do you think
I don't
math
think
would exist?
logic is a proof of something.
Do, do you think math would exist if we were all dead? Like 2 + 2 = 4 no matter what?
Math would exist if we're all dead. Um,
Yeah, anywhere in the universe, like there'd be two rocks
well,
plus
if
two rocks equals
yeah,
four rocks
as
anywhere
long
in the
as there
universe.
is, I mean, I would say as long as there is matter, and as long as
Hmm.
there's stuff other than
Hmm.
ourselves, then the principles of math uh, would be still there. But if we didn't exist, we would not be using math. So, it's kind of like it's a brain tease. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I
we
mean, it's
need
like if
we need
nobody
math.
is in the world, right? If no human beings and no animals existed, all right, which is what you were saying, it's a hypothetical, right?
Yeah,
All right.
we sh-
So in that hypothetical, would there be math? Well,
yes,
nobody would be using it, that's for sure.
wrong.
you know.
I just want to correct you there because in a strict sense, nature uses math, like it or not. Uh, every element in existence uses math. Um, for example, water. Water takes 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen in order to make water. And so it needs that math concept in order to be created. And so my question to you is water going to exist with or without us? Like zero minds, everybody on Earth is gone, doesn't need Earth. Is water going to be a possibility in the universe with or without us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
what does that prove?
Well, I'm breaking it down. Okay, so in my opinion, faith doesn't need to be this complicated. You can just believe in God like you were when you were 25. But some people
I
need
could
more.
believe in God and
Some
I could not believe in God.
some people
So
need more.
we
They need more
totally agree with
understanding.
that.
But I'm just trying to show you my line of thinking. And I have many reasons why I think the way I do. It's not just one reason. It's not just because of math. It's like if I was to take an orange and eat an orange and you've never tasted an orange and I was to try and explain to you what that orange tastes like, it's wisdom, man. There's too much that I have that I can't just tell you why, but I can show you some reasonings why.
So
And so
you know more than me, right?
that's that's not what I'm getting at.
That's what you're saying, right?
No. Wisdom is everyone has their own type of knowledge. You might be a better dancer than me, okay? I'm just saying everybody's got their own kinds of understanding of
Yeah, and
reality.
it's also equally possible that I know more than you.
Yes.
So then that we're on even
Evil.
footing here. I mean, you could say, well, I know more than you, and that could be your claim. All right. And maybe you do. Right. But I could say, well, I know more than you, and maybe I know more than you. So again, it's a nothing. It's like nothing is being proven here. Nothing is being demonstrated. Nothing
I'm
is
I'm
being.
I'm trying to go down this road with you, and I'm trying to show you my way of thinking. So, because that water exists with or without us, that
Mhm.
shows that math exists with or without us, which is a logical, metaphysical concept, right? It doesn't need to exist, but it does.
Um, Again, right? You're dealing with something. I do agree with you that water
Okay.
can certainly exist if there's no human beings on the planet. All right.
Hmm.
So if that's the point, all right, then okay, we agree. Water can
Hmm.
exist if
Hmm.
you and I are both not on the planet.
Hmm.
It doesn't have to exist. It may not
Right.
exist, but it could. Yeah. So you and I agree on that.
Right. And it's not just water. It's literally every element. And every element has a compound. It has a huge array of compounds. You know, TNT. TNT is not just TNT. It's actually a combination of elements that makes a singular compound. It's very, very complicated. But my point is that it doesn't need to be, but it is.
Doesn't need to be, but it is.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're not really getting disagreement on this.
Okay.
So what I'd like to know is what is that doing for us?
Okay. So because math exists, would you agree that math is a language?
Hmm,
Like
boy, you're
it
going
can,
into all these things where I mean,
can
math is a language,
yeah, can it be
right?
used to describe? Can it be used to translate information elsewhere? Uh, can you describe things in exact detail using math? Like how big, how tall,
Um,
how fat, how viscous, the
no,
color.
I don't think we can. I think that language is separate from math. All right, language is something that we use to describe math. That's how I see it.
So, okay, you think that,
Now again, math could exist whether or not I'm able to speak, right? But when we talk language, we're talking about uh, speech. I mean, unless I'm not understanding something about language, we're talking about a communication about something.
you don't think that it's communicating at all. Like, for example, a Spanish speaker and English speaker, they come together. The guy's speaking Spanish, but the English speaker has no idea what he's saying. It's not even that. It just exists. The Spanish guy's just standing there.
If two people are just standing there, they're not speaking whatsoever. They're using no body language because there are other ways to communicate other than speech. All right, but language is speech. It includes speech. So if we're sitting there and nobody is speaking, then there's no language going on.
But then how does information get transited? Like, for example, why are there colors? Why are there sounds? Why is there all these different methods of gathering information? Why is there hardness? Why do things come into existence if it's not a language, right? If it's not proceeding from a mind, then how can you
Oh
say
my
that there
gosh.
is no speaker?
Um,
If there was no speaker, if there was no language, then there wouldn't need to be anything. It would just be there, not doing anything. But it is doing something. You see what I'm saying?
no, it's like up in the sky, and I don't know how any of that is evidence for any gods whatsoever. And
Up in the sky.
we're talking about things that we could think about, we can contemplate. All right, there's no absolute in anything we're talking about. All
Well,
right,
that's an absolute in itself. So you gotta avoid that.
what are you talking about?
You say
I'm
there
not.
is no
I'm not
absolute is an
speaking.
absolute.
TK, listen.
Okay.
I'm not speaking in absolutes. So for you to say, well, that's an absolute, I'm not even speaking in absolutes. I'm talking. That doesn't mean it's an absolute. Okay. Somebody somewhere told you something that told you how to manipulate a person's mind and do some sort of mental gymnastics, and somehow that's going to prove a god. All
I'm
right. And it's not proving a god at all.
I'm not trying to get you to do mental gymnastics.
Yes, you are.
No,
You're
I'm
asking
really
you're
not.
asking questions that have no real answer. Okay. And that is mental gymnastics. I can
All right.
have an opinion, I could have a thought about it, and I do, and I could answer your questions. But for you to say, oh well, no, you that's not correct because I have concluded otherwise, we're back at the same point.
What's not true?
Right? Say that again.
What's not true? What did I say that isn't true?
You said things like math is a language. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do think math is a
I
language,
could go
yes, but I
back to
didn't say
one.
that I didn't say that it wasn't true what you said.
No,
That's
you're
why
saying
I'm confused.
you are confused, very confused.
No,
Right?
what did you say that I said you're wrong about?
No, I didn't. I'm not going to say because I'd have to redo the whole conversation and go back in time, or you know rewind, because I don't recall every little word we
Okay.
said. All right, but I'm not going to say that you said I said something untrue. It just appears to me that you're going down the road of using this philosophical argument, all right, that doesn't have truth to it, but may make sense if I go along with your
What
philosophy,
what
and
doesn't
then
have truth though?
somehow that's going to be evidence of a Christian God.
What doesn't have truth?
It's like, what in the world? How is that evidence of a Christian God?
What doesn't have truth? What did I say that doesn't make sense to you?
No, you're saying things like like I say it again. Math is a language.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And you don't agree.
No,
Okay, why don't you think math is not a language?
because it's not language. I mean, if you want to Google it, because I'm in here. I'll Google it. What is the meaning of language? Right?
Uh-huh.
Language. I'm going to look it up. Let's see.
It's a form of communication.
Language. The principal method of human communication, consisting of words used in a structured and conventional way,
Oh, it
and
doesn't have to be
convey.
words.
Oh, I'm reading a definition. Okay. I just Googled it. I'm not reading all definitions. I'm reading the definition I'm reading. The principal method of human communication, consisting of words used in a structured and conventional way and conveyed by speech, writing, or gesture. That goes back to what I said. There's
Gesture.
other
Okay.
ways.
Speech,
Yeah,
writing,
and there
gesture.
are other ways you can communicate other than speech, right? All right. But
Communicate.
none of that description that I just read, and you might have a different description, all right? But that description is not math.
All right, let's back up. So, for example, a rock. A rock has trillions and trillions and trillions of atoms in the rock. Okay. Your fingernail has trillions of atoms in the fingernail. All of those atoms, they're moving. They are bouncing off of each other. They're aligning with one another. Is that not information? Is that not communication amongst themselves?
Wow. I'm going to think about that for a second. So, atoms,
Yes.
or molecules
Yes.
that are in my fingernail.
Yep.
Right. Are they communicating with one another?
Yep. Or are they just there dormant?
No, they're active.
They're active.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't attribute the word language to what they're doing. Right? And I wouldn't attribute the word math to what they're doing. They're active in a natural way that they just are. I mean, and beyond that, you're going to go into, well, I'm not a person who is so studied, and maybe you might know more than me. But
Okay.
even if you know 100 times more than me, that does not prove anything about your God. Nothing.
Well, I'm just trying to show you there is a God first. So,
But
if
you
you were to
haven't
cut,
done it.
if you were to cut your nail,
Can I ask you something, TK?
Go for it.
You really believe that in a conversation, I'm going to now learn that there is a God, a Christian God, by thinking about my fingernail and the molecules that are in my fingernail. And that's going to make me go, boing, oh, yes, I missed this. All right. All right. It is.
Well, maybe if you put your bias aside and actually tried to find truths in what I'm saying, maybe.
That's all I do is try to find truth. But what you're saying is gobbledygook. It's not.
Okay.
There's nothing I could grab onto. So I mean, again, I mean, if gobbledygook impresses people to believe there is a God, that's why I guess there's a lot of God believers out there.
Well, you're saying gobbledygook with a bias, bro. You shouldn't be looking at it like it's gobbledygook. I'm really trying my best to show you my line of thinking.
Well, your line of thinking is not going to be any evidence of a God. What your line of thinking?
No, I don't need to provide the evidence. The evidence is right in front of you. Your fingernail is evidence of God.
Well, why don't we focus on evidence? Okay, because that is actually how you can prove a God to me. All right, and of course it'd have to be the Christian God, right? Because you might be able to prove another God to me, all right? But in order for you to prove the Christian God, you have the burden of proof, and you have to show me through evidence, not mentality, and you got to think like me. It's just
I just don't think that you have thought about it.
I've thought about it probably. How old are you, my friend?
I'm 33.
Okay, I'm 62. I've thought about these things since I'm 10 years old. So don't lecture me on having.
I'm not lecturing you.
I'm just telling you. I'm just being real with you. Don't don't assume I haven't thought of these things, because that's really, I studied the Bible longer than you've been alive.
Okay.
I was a Christian longer than you've been alive. All right. So it's very arrogant to say, oh, you've never thought of these things. It's an arrogant thing to say.
Maybe I am a little arrogant. Not every
That is
Christian.
arrogant.
Not every Christian's going to be the same. I don't believe in the goody goody Christian bullcrap.
You're free to be you. All
Exactly.
right. And I'm not taking away you, and I'm just saying that it's an arrogant thing to think you know more because you're 33 years old and you figured it out. All right. I have been thinking about these things for over the length of your lifetime. You see, when you were born, I had already been thinking about these things.
Yeah, well, I asked you your conclusion, and your conclusion
And I
is
told
very
you my
vague.
conclusion. But my conclusion, but you started this conversation with, was I 100% absolutely sure? And I also told you that I'm not 100% absolutely sure. And it doesn't mean anything to me. I trust my judgment. I trust the thoughts I have had. All right. They make sense to me. They're rational. And you're not proving anything. Okay. Now, if you did offer something of proof, I'm open-minded. All right. But talking about the molecules in my fingertip, all right, and how that's going to lead to some come to Jesus again moment is just kind of ain't going to happen. Because in order for you to actually convince me, all right, after years and years of thinking of these things, it's going to have to be more than that.
Yeah, you have a built-up bias.
No, I don't have a bias.
Because you're old or whatever, and you've been
No.
all this years. You have it built up in your head that you have this defense, and you're not willing to tear that defense down. That's what you're telling me right now.
No. You are assuming a lot. Okay, you're assuming a real lot.
You want to believe God exists.
No, let me. If you want me to speak, okay, then I'm going to speak. Okay, so let me tell you something. All right, I have thought about God since I'm a little boy. Okay? All right. I believed in God for most of my life. All right. I don't believe in God anymore, which I explained to you. Okay. This is the fact, right? That's a fact. You really believe in God? No, I don't. Okay. So just coming and trying to tell people what they believe that's another arrogant thing to do. All right. That's an arrogant thing to do. I'm not telling you what you believe.
No, earlier right? you said it, even just now, you said it was a fact that God doesn't exist. And I challenged
I didn't say that. I said it's a fact that I don't believe in God. That's what I said. So you should listen carefully.
But earlier you said something else too.
Well, I said a lot of things. I said a lot of things, and you can challenge everything. And it doesn't matter to me because you've shown no evidence. You've shown nothing other than, if you think of your fingertip,
well, you interrupted.
If you think of this, all right, you have shown no evidence for your God whatsoever. None.
Yeah, but you didn't even let me finish my point that I was getting to.
Oh, I'm a very, very patient person, and I will listen to anything you have to say. But communication is a two-way street, okay? And it's my channel, obviously, right? And I'm glad you came on, and you're welcome here anytime. But I'm not going to just take what you say, all right, and go, oh, well, that means that he knows so much more than I do. He's a 33-year-old brilliant man, and I'm a...
That's not what I'm saying about myself, dude.
Well,
you don't have to believe what I'm saying. I'm just trying to show you my line of thinking.
I don't believe what you're saying. All right. Now
Okay. Okay.
that doesn't, I understand that doesn't mean I'm right. I get that. All right. But it doesn't mean you're right either. Okay.
Says
And
you.
well, I mean, you could go away with your belief and all the whatever you want to believe. All right. I understand that. I believe things too. All right. We all believe things. All of us believe stuff. All right. And we have good reasons to believe stuff. We have bad reasons to believe stuff. But that's not how truth works. Right. It's not about what I believe. All right.
Well, where do you
It's
get your basis of truth for? If you don't believe in a God, how can you think anything can be true or proven? You think everything is just made up?
no.
Okay, then what is your foundation for thinking that it's not made up?
I think you see, I do think some things are made up. I don't think everything's made up. That's where the evidence plays a role. Okay. Because you know, when I say the word truth,
Yeah,
let me
where does
tell
that come
you,
from
yeah, let
for
me
you?
tell you what I mean by that. Okay. When I say something is true, what I mean is that there is plenty of evidence that can demonstrate that what I am saying comports with reality and comports with the world that we live in. Okay. And that it doesn't have to be absolutely true, but the likelihood is way up near the 99s. Okay. So in our discussion, that would be what I consider to be true. All right. You have done nothing to show that your belief in God is true.
Well,
Nothing.
based on what you just said, then it's true there is a God. Because, like I was saying earlier, mathematically speaking, it's 99.99999% sure that there is a God.
Nice statement. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what more do you want me to say? If you take all the variables in existence, specifically, and this is where you can cut me off because you don't want to hear about my fingernail thing,
No, no, no.
but
I'm not. Listen to me.
all
Listen to me.
right, go ahead, cut me
All
off.
right. I'm not cutting you off. I'm talking to you. All right. All right. Thus far in our conversation, thus far, you have offered no evidence whatsoever that your God, the Christian God, exists. None.
Yeah, but you keep
I
cutting me
told
off.
you I didn't cut you off at all.
You
All right,
just did.
you're still here. I'm talking to you. All right. I'm going to give you, I'll tell you what, give me what you think, and please try to make it somewhat understandable.
Succinct.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Of what is your reason that you have? What is your evidence for your God even existing? Go.
My God, like Jesus or just God in general?
God, your God. God, Jesus is part of your God or is your
Yes.
God,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So give me your best evidence that would convince someone that your God, Jesus, the Father, the Holy Spirit,
Hmm.
the Trinity, if you believe in
Hmm.
that, some do, some don't, but
Hmm. I
give
do.
me your best evidence that that God that you believe in is real. Give me that.
Um, well, if you use math, all of the variables, including the four fundamental laws of nature, gravity, strong and weak nuclear force, and electromagnetism, if you take those four variables and you take the the specifics of like how finely they're tuned, right? And then you add those all up, you get a huge number. If you take that as well as other variables like where Earth is, where the moon is, where the sun is, all 92 elements that are on our planet, the 25 vital poisons that are on our planet that don't kill us. If you take in account of all of the different ecosystems that we're part of, the way that water works, all these different variables, you get a number. And that number is 1 in 10 to the 1,500th power. Okay. If you take that number and you compare it with the smartest scientist to ever exist, and the odds that he came up with his invention, you get another pretty big number. You get 1 in 1 to the 26th power odds that he came up with that idea. And when you take those two numbers and you combine them, when you challenge them to each other, you get 1 in 10 to the 1,600th power times smarter, more caring, more loving, more creative as a creator. And that's just accounting Earth. If you account for the entire universe and all of its creation, you have an infinite being. And the only being that lines up with such claims would be the Christian God.
Oh.
That is the only God. That is the only God that loves.
Oh. So that's it. You proved God.
That's a succinct explanation.
I mean, it's kind of funny that you think you just proved God, but okay. All right. I guess
I don't think I proved anything.
I guess now everybody.
I gave you my evidences.
Okay, you've now shown the world that your God exists. If you want to feel that way, go ahead. All right, but that did not prove a darn thing to me. All right, so I don't know what to tell you. All right, if that makes you feel good that you actually have the evidence of God in this mathematical thing that you just went through.
Yes.
All right. And that proves that Jesus, too, it's not even just a God, it's the Christian God.
That's
right?
a whole can of worms
right.
to
so
explain
therefore, I have nothing to say to you, okay? Because you are in a place where you think that you have just proven that your God exists.
I didn't say that.
All right, when you know that you did not. Okay.
I gave you evidences.
Your evidence is that's like the strangest evidence I've ever heard. Okay.
Yeah.
That is like the most bizarre.
Well, it is. It is mathed out. It is mathed out. Like, I'm being totally genuine with you here. Like, the odds that there is a God is literally 99.9 repeating percent. And when you look at the maths, it aligns with the Christian God as well.
You definitely have this thing with evidence that you think is mathematical, but it's not. I mean, maybe you have to be a genius to figure out if there's a God. That's as far as I can go with you.
You don't.
You know, maybe you have to be an incredible mathematical genius, and then you know there's God. All right, but it's nothing. All right, it's literally nothing. I mean, what you just offered. All right.
Well, okay. One, what's your explanation for the uniformity?
I can't even comprehend what you just offered. All right.
What's your explanation for the uniformity?
Again, let me say something. What you just said, I cannot even comprehend. Okay. So right there, for me, I'm just a regular guy. I'm sort of, oh, well, now that means that Jesus rose from the dead because a guy on YouTube gave me some mathematical stuff. All right. And
what is your explanation? What is your 1 out of the 1?
Listen,
what is your 1 out of the 10 to the 1,600th power? What is that?
I literally don't know what you're talking about. All right.
No, I'm asking you, what is your way of thinking of why isn't it what my line of thinking is? Like, you haven't given me any counter proof. I've given you
any counter proof.
You just say, "Oh, there is no God."
You're not going to hear me talk about, 1 million to this power to that power and this and that, and that means there's no God. You're not going to hear me say that, right? Because number one, I don't know I mean, you're beyond me to begin with. If you're such a mathematical genius that you
I'd never
figured it
claimed
out,
to be.
all right. Well, you're offering it as evidence, all right? All right. For me to even comprehend the numbers that you're
You said
talking
math
about,
was a truth, so I gave you evidences in the truth form. Like,
yeah.
if I
But
was to give you
if
the
you
hardest
recall,
evidence, if I was
if
to
you
give you the
recall, I
hardest evidence,
said,
it would be through math, would it
if
not?
you recall, I said good math, okay. And when someone goes off into the type of math that you're off into, it's above my head. So it's like it's not proving anything to me. I mean, maybe a guy much more mathematical or having this grasp of this, you know, thing, maybe it might be impressive to them. All right. Not me, because what you said literally made no sense to me. And
Okay, I'll dumb
how,
it down then. Big number, odds, there is God, therefore there is God.
you know, any odds you can give. If it's one in zillion to the 100th power,
Something like that.
all right, whatever it is, all right, is not greater, or it's not more, it's not less likely than there being a God that's undetectable and cannot be seen or is invisible and all that. You could do the same thing, and it's still more likely
Well,
that there's no God.
you should know that Jesus Christ is the exact representation of God's glory.
Nice thought.
Well, he lived a sinless life. He lived a perfect life for us.
Oh, he did. Nice.
Yeah, he did.
Great.
If God was to come down and show himself to us, what would he be like? What do you think he'd be like?
No clue. Don't know what he would be like. I mean,
Come on, give an actual answer. Don't just
I,
like be a
I'm
coward
giving
and
a
try and
real.
opt out of the question.
No, I'm
Give me an
giving a
actual answer.
real answer. If you say, what would he look like? I have
No,
no
what would he be
idea.
like? What would he be like?
What would he be like?
Yeah, if God was to come down to his creation, which he loved, what would he be like?
Hey, I'm giving you an honest answer. You may not like it, but it's an honest answer for me. I don't know. All right. If there is a God and he would have come down and you know show himself to me in my room right now, I would have no idea what he would be like, what he would look like, what he would do. I have no idea. And that's an honest answer. Now, again, you may say, oh, no, he's going to come down. He's going to look like this. He's going to do that. He's going to do this. All right. I have no idea.
Shoot laser beams out of his eyes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he would. Maybe he wouldn't. I don't know. Right.
And so why doesn't Jesus Christ fit that narrative for you?
Jesus Christ being God?
Yes. Why doesn't Jesus, out of all the other gods that exist, why specifically don't you agree that Jesus is God?
I don't believe in any of the gods. So I got to make that clear. All right.
Okay.
All right. So it's not like I'm saying, well, I prefer Allah over Yahweh. All right. All right. I don't believe in any of them. All right. So I mean, why do I not believe Jesus is a God? Because there's no evidence for me to believe that.
That's not what I asked.
And going through a mathematical thing is not
what I asked.
to me.
I asked you, why can't Jesus' representation of what God would be, why doesn't that fit the narrative? Why can't Jesus be God is what I'm asking.
I don't know. Jesus could be Satan. He could be masquerading. There could be a Satan, a God, an evil God, and he's masquerading as a light, a wonderful man. I don't know. because it's unknowable stuff.
Yeah, when the Jews, when Jesus came, the Jews couldn't accept him. Well, some of the Jews couldn't accept him to be who he says he was because one, he was claiming to be God, which was unheard of, and they hadn't even thought of that would be a possibility. They thought he was Elijah or somebody else, or Moses or something. And then uh, when he came back, he was peaceful, and he died a criminal's death, which was it didn't align with what they thought their savior would be, right?
Nice story.
So what do you think doesn't align with God though? Like, are you in that realm of like the Jews? Like he can't be God because he's just a man, or he
No,
can't be God because he died on the cross. Like,
I
what's your
don't.
reasoning?
I'm not Jewish. I'm not Christian. I'm not any of those things. So for me, it's not like I'm going, well, he can't be God because it's said in the book of Leviticus to this, and it's said in the book of Isaiah,
So
and
he
it
could
really
be,
couldn't be him. All right. It's all BS to me.
but he could be.
Within the, again, 99.9%, I'm pretty sure he's not. All right. But
But he
we're
could be.
talking about this thing, all right? What I just said to you, I mean, is it possible that there's an evil God and his name is Satan and he's tricking you into believing Jesus is good when meanwhile he's not good? Is that within the realm of possibility? Yes. I'll
Okay,
answer
but
for
but
you.
other
Yes, that is within the realm of possibility.
so he could be God.
I told you within the realm of all possibility, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't live my life like that. I don't live my life according to what is in the realm of all possibility. Like I said,
Well,
I
it's
could
it's a lot
worship.
simpler than the word games that we're trying to make it out to be.
No,
Either
if
Jesus
you,
Christ, hold on, either Jesus Christ was a liar and everything's made up, or he was crazy and everything was made up, or he really was who he says he was.
no, there's many other choices in there.
No,
Right? Yes,
it's
there is.
either he is who he says he is, or he's not who he said he was.
He may not have said anything. Okay. All right. And this is what I'm saying. I mean, talking to someone like you is like hitting your head against a brick wall. Right? Because
Because you are the brick wall. You
not,
you
I
have
would
your
say
bias built up.
I say you are the brick wall and you have a bias built up. I
No,
mean,
no, no, no. No,
literally,
no, no. I
literally,
come from an atheist background,
it
bro.
doesn't matter
I,
what
I literally
background you
listen
come
to
from.
atheist lectures.
It
I've
doesn't
listened to science
matter.
lectures. I've
And I
listened to
listen to Christians.
all different kinds of lectures trying to disprove what I believe. Okay.
Well, you're
I've
not
thought
hearing
about it
me.
logically. I've thought about it mathematically. I've thought
Great.
about it scientifically. There is no other explanation other than there is God, and that
That's
God is
your
Jesus
explanation.
Christ.
All right. And congratulations to you. All right. but certainly not offering anything real to me. All right. You,
Well, you're
you
the
know,
atheist with the talk show here. Like, what is your proof? What is your
you're
proof
really
that
cracking me up.
he's not
First
God?
off, I'm a normal guy and I don't have a talk show. All right. And I'm a simple man from Brooklyn, New York, who lives in Florida. I'm an atheist. I'm having conversations. That's what I'm attempting to do. Just like I spent a long time talking to you. All right. And I appreciate the conversation. I do. All right. But it's really, when it comes down to it, you're going to believe what you believe. And I'm going to believe things I believe. And what I'm going to not believe certain things. And you are going to believe certain things.
All right,
I,
I got
I, I
I got a
listen
question for
to,
you then.
I listen to Christians all the time.
Do
So
you
just like you listen to atheists. So what does that prove? Nothing.
Okay, I want to hear your reasoning for this one. When I was 14 years old, I went over to my friend's house to listen to some music, and I brought a CD. And the CD contained heavy metal music. And when I got there, we were listening to it, and it was playing a song specifically called "The Heretic Anthem," and the lyrics go something like, If you're 555, then I'm 666. What's it like to be a heretic? And we're listening to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is 20 years ago, before YouTube. The song turns all the way down, and a voice comes on clear as day, says, "I am Satan." And then it turns all the way back up. And my friend and I, we look at each other, we go, "What was that?" We were up out of our chairs, freaking out. We went back into the song trying to find it. We went through the whole CD trying to find it for like an hour. Couldn't find it. So what is your interpretation of that? Like, how do you explain that?
Well, I wasn't there, as you know. All right.
Okay.
You're giving me a story, as you know. All right. I'm not going to doubt your story. I'm going to give you the fact that that's what you experienced. All right. I don't know what this voice may have been. All right. Saying it was something supernatural has no explanatory power to me whatsoever.
I never
Right.
claimed it to be
So
supernatural.
I'm saying, so I don't know. Well, I'm saying I don't have an explanation, but I would think that it could have been something you were thinking. It could have been something.
Well, it was with my friend. Me and my friend both experienced the same thing.
You both could have been thinking the similar thoughts. Again, I don't know. Right? So, I mean, that's my answer. I mean, you want me to get into you know more about what happened than I do. All right. But if you're going to say or expect me to say, oh, well, that means that there was a Satan speaking. Not quite. Not quite. I would say that would be the least likely of all of the explanations. All right. You know,
Why?
my own girlfriend has told me about experiences that.
Hold on. Why is that the least likely?
Because it is completely, there is nothing supernatural that is detectable. So
Wasn't that? Whoa. Wasn't that not detected?
What?
Wasn't that not detected? We both detected it.
Yeah, but you can't show me or prove to me that there was anything there other than what you may have been thinking. And there could have been something there, and I get that. But I don't know what the explanation would be. But because I don't have an explanation, is not going to make me think, oh, must have been a Satan.
But why is it the least likely? Like, out of all the different explanations, you value it being supernatural at the lowest.
Yes, I value that being extremely
weird.
low.
That's weird to
you.
me. When you say that, that's weird to me.
Yeah, that would
because
be.
That shows me how biased you are. You really are.
Well, maybe it shows me how biased you are.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean,
I told you a very real experience I had.
Yeah, and I know you had an experience.
And you're telling me the least likely
out
of all explanations is that it was supernatural. It was the least likely.
That a supernatural Satan came and spoke to you is about the least likely thing I could ever imagine that's what it was.
That you can imagine.
Yeah, that's what it was. I mean, I had things happen when I was a Christian. Okay. I went over
like what?
I went over this recently with my girlfriend because she is Christian. All right. Not really a devout one, but she believes in God and she believes in Jesus. So I was telling her because she was asking me how I became a Christian a long time ago, when I became born again. And I was telling her my experience. And she was like, wow, woo, wow. But I also then told her it was just something that was not absolutely true. And it was just something I had conjured up in my thoughts. All right. So I kind of balanced it with telling other story I used to tell people, right? Because I had a testimony and there were people influenced by my testimony, my Christian testimony. All right. I have people in my life who are Christian because of my testimony. Okay. But I
Good.
have come to understand that my testimony was BS. That's it. It was BS. Right. And I know that what I thought was occurring back then was not reality. Right. So you may or may not come to that conclusion about your hearing Satan, come, whatever.
Well, I've
Right.
had a lot of other stuff happen.
Yeah,
That was just one.
I've had a lot of things happen too. Okay. Probably because I'm almost twice your age. I probably had more things happen than you might have. Maybe. I don't know. But I had
Supernatural things?
things I thought were supernatural. I thought was supernatural, but were not supernatural. Okay. I was into I was more like a very, very devout Christian. I wasn't a basic, you know, for a while I was on fire for God. I was experiencing things of the spirit. Okay. So yeah, I had a lot of things happen. Okay. But it wasn't real. It wasn't true. Right. All right. But I still know it was an experience I had. I mean, I smoke pot, my friend. I smoke a lot of pot. All right. And I could have an experience, right? And I could maybe describe it at a time to somebody. All right. But I know it's not real. Okay. I know that it was a product of my mind. All right. And I can separate what is true from what is my thoughts and what is true versus what I may believe to be true. And that's why I'm a rational person. When we go to a point where we can't separate that anymore,
I
we
don't think you
are
can.
we are delusional people.
I think you
Right?
are.
Good. I'm glad, but I'm very comfortable with myself, with my life, with who I am, and you know,
Well,
you're
earlier you
you're
told
you're a
me
fine, you're a fine young
you
man.
can't be 100% sure that there is no God.
Correct. So what?
Yeah, so that tells me that you actually don't trust everything that you think.
No, I think what I said, and I trust that thought. Okay, I'm not looking. I don't go through my life looking to be perfect and to have a perfect understanding of all things. Okay. Maybe you're seeking out this perfection. All right.
Nah.
But I will tell you this until you can prove with real evidence the things that you believe, you're not going to persuade people who like me. Okay. You're
No,
not going to
you're
persuade people like me. Right.
it's not my job to make you believe anything. I just simply provided you with my line of reasoning.
Yeah.
But I think other people want to talk on this
Yes. You know
channel.
what you did, TK? You planted a seed.
No, I don't believe in that crap. I
Okay,
don't
well
I don't
that's
believe
kind
in
of how
planting
we
a
feel.
seed or I think that's ridiculous whenever I hear that.
Well, that
But
was
I do think you should look more into the math side of everything.
well. I will. I'm going to because you brought that up. I'm going to look into the math side of things. All right, but honestly,
Do you have
I don't know.
ChatGPT?
I don't know if I'm mathematical enough to go to these, concepts of math that you were describing.
You don't have to be. Do you know ChatGPT?
I don't use it. I know of it, but I've never
All right,
used
just
it.
okay, so it's very simple. You just go to the website ChatGPT and you can have a conversation with a robot and it uses all of human intelligence, uses the whole internet Okay, you can ask it whatever you want. And one of the questions I think that you should poke at is ask it mathematically the odds there are a creator.
I mean, I could try it.
Yeah. And then also ask it, and
Maybe
then
the God is AI.
and then also ask it what is the most reliable Godhead that is available that we have?
The most
Reliable. So like what
reliable what?
out of all the religions that we have, which is the most likely to be true? And it's going to give you an answer. So it's going to first try to be biased and not give you answers, but you have to get past the libertarian liberal coding that is in it. Okay.
So will I
So
have
bypass its liberal agenda.
will I have to bypass my rational thinking and say I want a far out explanation?
No. It's very simple, bro. Just ask it the mathematical odds there's a creator, and then ask it specifically what creator is the most likely.
All right, I'm going to look into the mathematical thing just for my own understanding. Maybe I'll get a greater understanding. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, dude. Same.
Wish you nothing but the best. I hope, you have a good life.
Never stop seeking the truth, bro. I know you say you're old or whatever. I don't believe, I believe you can always grow in understanding.
Just so you know, that's not something that I ever stop seeking. I seek the truth every day.
Amen. Even if it hurts, dude. Even if it hurts, rip that Band-Aid off.
Doesn't matter to me. Okay, doesn't matter to me. I'm a big man. Okay?
That's why I'm a Christian. Just so you know.
All right. Well,
totally unbiased when I say that. I'm a Christian because it just makes the most sense, and it just lines up with math and science and everything else.
To you, and that's good.
No. not just to me, bro. You can say that, but like genuinely.
You have concluded something based on your mind and how you think, and maybe things you've been exposed to, and you've chosen to believe it, and that's okay. I don't take issue with that. All right. What I take issue with is when you say what you believe is true, and then you offer no evidence to prove that it may be true. Because I don't believe what
I did give you evidence. I did.
Okay. All right. Anyway, have a good one.
Okay, don't forget what I told you. ChatGPT, ask it the likeliness and which god it is.
Okay.
All right, take care, dude.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. Let me I got a couple people here. I don't know. This one, A's Philosophy, looks like they're gone. I got Nathan, Noah, and James. Right. It's very hard for me to speak to multiple people at the same time. I know. Like I said, I always say I'm a pot smoker. All right. And I find it very difficult to speak with multiple people at the same time. I'm going to try to go quick. All right. I'm going to go to A's Philosophy, and then James, Noah, Nathan. But James, A's Philosophy. Tell me quickly what you want to talk to. I don't want to run on and on for hours like, the last conversation. All right. A's Philosophy. You there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for bringing me on. I wanted to kind of discuss a little bit of the mathematical stuff he was talking about, maybe break it down in a way that's easier to understand.
Well, I'm not good at math, so I don't know how you're going to break it down.
Well, so if the evidence of God it's obviously something you need to think about. You can't just take, I look in the sky, don't see a guy throwing thunderbolts down, and therefore there's no God. There's some sophisticated reasons for believing that God might exist. So you have to, exert some brain power at some point. Otherwise,
Now,
you'll be stuck.
let me say to you, A's, one thing. All right. I don't doubt that there's sophisticated reasons. Okay. Some of which may go over my head. All right. Something that goes over my head is not going to be persuasive to me. All right. Because it's over my head. I don't even understand it. All right.
Okay.
But I know there's sophisticated reasons. All right.
All right, well,
there's a whole industry of people who are trying to defend their belief in a God. All right.
Okay.
So I know that people, intelligent people, are interested in this stuff. All right. But what is the mathematical thing? Break that down and maybe.
Well, it comes down to the idea of probabilities. I think we're right in saying nobody knows 100% who's right and who's wrong, but we can basically, based on observations of the universe, say that one idea of, and I say God, I don't necessarily mean any specific God, but kind of like a creator intelligence. I'm not going to be like the last guy and say it's Jesus Christ, who walked the earth 2,000 years ago, was God. No, I'm not going to say that. But we can kind of come to the conclusion that some sort of intelligent creator exists. You see what I'm saying? And the way we do that.
Let me say this. So
okay.
You recognize that there's a giant jump from what you're talking about to, well, then it was Jesus and he was resurrected.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
there's
I'm not trying to prove
jump there.
Okay. Yeah, that's not something. Yeah, there's is there a God, and then is Jesus Christ like a representative of God or anything like that? Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to prove. I'm not trying to prove Christianity. I'm trying to prove, is there a God?
Right. So go ahead. Let me hear it.
Okay. So, like I said, think of it this way. Let's say that I'm going to try a really simple example. Let's say you have a guy with a bag of marbles. And in the bag, it's a huge bag, and there are 1 million marbles in there. And there's, oh shoot, yeah, what's up? 1 second, somebody just called me. Yeah, what's up? I hate to do this. You bring somebody else up, and I'll come back later. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna need to take.
No, go take care of what you got another time, my friend. All right, James, you there? James, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, is this James?
Yeah, this is James.
Hey, James, nice to meet you.
Sorry about that. My microphone got unplugged for a second. Nice to meet you, too. Actually, I just wanted to come on here for a minute and compliment you. Because, normally when I listen to somebody else engage with Christians and etc., I get frustrated because there's things I want them to say and they're not saying it. But then when I listen to you, even though your answers are completely different than the answers I would give, you have a knack, a way of cutting right through the bullshit. Right? You don't feel like you've got to write a dissertation every time to cut through it either. You're just like, that's not convincing. That's not impressive. There's nothing I can do with that, right? And I'm just like, I need to be more like Lou. I really need to be. I do.
Listen,
yeah.
I am just a simple man, okay?
And that works, man. I just, normally if somebody's got a really simple approach, it carries through in such a way where they're failing to really hold up their end of the conversation. But with you keep it simple and they don't get away with shit. And I'm just like, damn, that's fucking awesome. So now we've got somebody in the chat right here. Look at the trees, and they're a regular person at my channel.
Yeah, I've spoken with him in the chat room. Yeah.
And they'll tell you that at my channel, man, I give a long-winded dissertation about every damn thing that comes up. And I don't know why people even sit through it. And I just like, I'm over here taking notes like, ooh, instead of these 10 paragraphs when somebody says that bullshit, I can just say this one simple phrase that Lou's got and it works. I could just do that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm trying this year to learn a lot more. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the education thing is not really my thing. Now, I'm not a stupid person.
No.
But I don't know much of I know a lot less than a lot of other people about, like, when he goes into mathematics,
Right.
I don't know much about mathematics. All right.
No, neither do I. You don't come across as dumb or simple at all. I just mean that you just cut right through the bullshit in the most direct and efficient way possible. And
Well,
go ahead.
James, isn't ultimately it a lot of bullshit?
Sure. It is frustrating for me. When they come across with all these really complicated arguments to try to prove that their God exists, it's completely unreasonable, because I feel like what an apologist should obligate themselves to is the simplest argument that they can give, not the most complicated one. Because if there is a God that wants us to know that it exists, then it needs to make sure that the available arguments and evidence are down here where the simple discussions and the simple thoughts are happening, because most of us are just regular people. Like we don't have a doctorate, like we're not elite philosophers, we're not scientists, right? So
Yeah.
it wouldn't really make any sense for a God to choose really complicated shit as the evidence for his existence when he could make it a lot more simple than that. And I think the Christians overlook that point again and again.
Oh, I totally agree with you. All right. They make, like, the real apologetic type person, they make the God like more unreal. It's like if I have to actually, what I was saying to that fellow with the I mean, I have to go through all that in order for me to know that there's a God. All right.
Right.
Because the God, if that's what I have to go through to understand that there's a God, that God really doesn't want to talk to me.
Right. Because the higher that God sets the bar for evidence and for consideration, the more he screws over the regular guy, right? Because if there's a lot more proofs available to really intelligent people, then that means that the deck is stacked unfairly in their favor. Because if it means that if I had 20 more IQ points, then I'd be convinced he exists, right? Because then I'd understand all this complicated bullshit, and I end up in a hell or thrown away like trash forever because I didn't understand the extra amount of evidence that was available because I wasn't smart enough to process it. So I end up in a hell or dead forever because I was shy 20 IQ points. How much sense does that make?
It's exactly what I feel. It makes no sense at all that a God would be like that. I mean, if there was a God, why would he be like that?
Right.
I mean, if I ask God to show himself to me, it's like he has to send this academic to teach me for a year.
Right. What they're missing, they're putting the cart before the horse. And I always tell them, like, look, if inside this science book or inside this mathematical lecture or inside of this Bible is evidence for a God that would be convincing, the problem is I have no reason, even if I'm intellectually capable of it, they have to give me a reason outside of the math book, outside of the science book, outside of the Bible, to give me a reason to think, oh, there must be something in there worth checking out for a God. But they're not giving me anything outside of those collections of data, right, to work with, to say, okay, I'm going to give you my time. A Jehovah's Witnesses, a Roman Catholic, a Hindu, a Muslim, all of them can say, well, you're obligated to listen to me. But why am I obligated to listen to them? Now, their answer is because after you listen to me, I'll give you proof And I'm like, wait a minute. I have to have good evidence to listen to you before you give me the evidence. Otherwise, it makes no sense because I'm just living my life out here, right? Why would a God hide evidence of his existence inside of a book, right? Or inside of something else that's all deep and sciencey or philosophical?
It's that's that Gnostic type of thing. It's like there's some secret knowledge that you have to know, and only certain people get to know, and
Right.
it's like it just I mean what I was trying to tell that fellow was there's nothing you have explained to me that even gets me remotely closer to believing in a God.
Right. And honestly, it's insulting because they've got this special people philosophy. The whole reason they think we should listen to what Paul said when he wrote stuff in Bibles is because Paul claimed that Paul is special, right? That the creator of the universe or his son walked right past 1,000 different men to get to Paul. Nope, you're not good enough. Nope, you're not good enough. Oh, Paul, yeah, that'll do. Hey, Paul, I got a job for you, right? And Paul, in the context of the story, he wasn't seeking, he wasn't knocking, he wasn't looking. He was not even open to the idea that his theological ideas about God were wrong. And yet the creator of the universe said, I don't care if he's not looking for me. I don't care if he thinks he already has a truth he doesn't have. I'm going to make him know I exist. I'm going to make him see me personally, even though he's not even asking for that encounter. And I'm going to force dump information into his head and then tell him you're now in charge of my special religion, right? The whole thing's ridiculous. So in my position is, look, if Paul was that special and I'm not, that God doesn't think it's worth the time to come to me directly, then why in the hell would it make sense for you to come to me on behalf of God? Because if God looks at me and says, this guy's not worthy to hear this information from me because he's not smart enough or he's not humble enough or he's not honest enough or he's not loving enough, whatever it is about James, that's not my guy. If I tell him this, I'll be wasting my time, so I'm going to tell somebody else. And then the person he tells comes to me and says, well, God wasn't up to the task. God didn't think that God was smart enough to figure out a way to convince you for himself that he exists.
Right.
So he tagged me into the ring because God knows that I'm more powerful than God. I'm smarter than God. I'm more capable of God. Therefore, I'm going to do the job God couldn't do. I'm going to take this information God gave me that he couldn't get through your head, right? He couldn't make it get through your defenses with. And I'm going to give it to you in such a way that you will be impressed, you will be converted, and you will end up in this proper religion. So even the mere existence of a messenger on behalf of God is an insult to God because they're saying, I'm here to do something that God couldn't do for himself.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's
it's like the God never does anything at all.
right.
It's always he works through a man. He works through a friend. He works through this one and that one. All right. The God literally never does a darn thing.
Never.
Right. And that's what, like, ultimately, that's just, that's like, for me, probably my most number one reason I no longer believe in God is he never does anything. All right. He supposedly sends people, right?
Right.
Oh, well, I'm going to send this guy to tell you what you have to hear.
Right. And the guy he sends never comes with any real evidence at all.
No, it's always.
You got to believe me, bro, because I heard from a guy who heard from a guy.
Yes.
And I'm just like, even the miracle claims don't cut it for me because Hindus have miracle claims, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roman Catholics, Muslim jihadists, they all have miracle claims. Oh, I've experienced a thing or I've witnessed a thing. And I'm like, well, what do I do with that? Because the Christian wants me to say, ignore those other people's testimony, ignore it, don't respect it, don't consider it, but do pay attention and respect mine because I say so, right? Yeah. And I'm just like, what am I supposed to do with that? Come on. So, well, anyways,
that's why I always try to, when they go down that road, I personally will try to say to them, the essence of what you're saying is you just know something more than I do, and because right. it's not anything but that. It's like,
Right.
you know something, I don't know it, right?
Right, and here's the interesting thing, the Pentecost of 33 CE, not the event, the story, right? People got a fire over their head that was visible, right? And so this was supposed to be the physical evidence of the fact of the idea that that there's some superpower behind them authorizing them or empowering them to do some preaching work. But it never happens in real life, right? Nobody's ever got a flame over their head. Nobody levitates. There's never angels that show up at the chorus to,
Yeah.
to float down from heaven and vouch for the messenger. It's just dudes, random dudes who sweat and poop like the rest of us, who want to tell you all about the creator of the universe. And I'm like, come on, dude, just come on.
I know. And the creator of the universe, if he actually wanted to do something, he could convince me immediately.
Sure, he could. I mean, their justifications are unreasonable too. They're like, well, he doesn't want to overwrite your free will. And I'm like, wait a minute. In the stories, the angels lived in heaven with God. They knew for a fact he exists because they got to see him, talk with him, hang out with him, right? And if that's not overriding their free will, then it wouldn't be overriding my free will either to reveal directly to me as well, right? Let me see some stuff. If we look at the story of Doubting Thomas knew Jesus personally. And so he's like, look, maybe you're the risen Jesus, maybe you're not. How am I supposed to know? And so what he said was, I have terms and conditions. I have something that will convince me, that will meet my burden of proof. If you meet my burden of proof, I'll believe. If you don't, then I won't. Now, Jesus in the story could have said, that's not good enough, Thomas.
Right.
But instead he said, you know what? That's reasonable, Thomas. That's reasonable for somebody to say, you know what? I've got an individual burden of proof for what will convince me. Tell me what it is, and I will meet that burden, right? That's reasonable, Thomas. Thank you for letting me know. And then Jesus does the thing. So I invoke the right of Thomas to say, you know what? I have standards. I have terms and conditions. I have a certain idea in my head about what would convince me. Either Jesus is going to, if he exists, is going to meet that burden, or he's not going to. He said to Thomas, that's reasonable, which means it's reasonable for me too. So in a chat real quick, I want to point out we've got a couple of people in here. Coliseum 7089 is also known as Rochelle. They are a moderator for The Line, which is similar to the Atheist Experience. It's like the replacement of it.
Yeah.
And they're kind of big news in the atheist community, in my opinion. And we got a lot of great people in here. Somebody else is wanting to get backstage. They were asking for a chance to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you,
James.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by. My thing this year, okay, I've been an atheist for like 10, 12 years. I've never been active, and I never really got my voice out there. All right. So this year, I mean, part of the reason was the election and all the Christian nationalism that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to get my voice out there for whoever wants to listen,
Yeah, if you really want to grow your channel, the fastest way to do that is to network. And so go over into chat in other like up and coming channels or successful channels, and then get to be known there. And then sometimes they'll invite you on stream, and then you can plug your channel, and have those people come over here sometimes to share space in yours. And that's really the fastest way to grow the channel.
Well, that's what I'm going to try to do. I already subscribed to your channel, and yeah, I did that the other day when I saw you in there.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And to me, like, networking amongst like-minded people is vital,
Yes, it is.
And I enjoy talking to the Christians. Otherwise I wouldn't talk to them. I like it.
Right. Me too. Me too.
It's not like something I don't enjoy. All right. But I also would love to know some other atheist people out there, because in my, local area, I don't know any atheist. It's like there's no atheism in my area.
Right.
So I'm kind of a lone wolf,
Yeah, a lot of people in the network feel that way. Now, you and I should talk more about this. I don't want to make the whole stream about that, but stop by my channel anytime, and I'll look for another opportunity to discuss with you, because there's so much more I want to say, but I don't want to monopolize more time here today. So.
All right, and I appreciate you, James.
Appreciate you too, and I'll talk to you soon.
I'll go to someone else.
All right, thanks. Stop.
Okay. So, who can I talk to now? Noah.
Yo, what's up? How's it going? Can you hear me fine?
Hey, Noah. Noah, how are you?
I'm good. I was listening to your stream and I was wondering because you guys were talking a lot about evidence and I think you're making some interesting points, but I wonder like what kind of evidence, like what would you accept as evidence for God?
I've done a lot of thinking about that. So it's not something I, take lightly. All right. I would say something that is unique to me, like a something that I could detect. Right. It's something that I can grab a hold of. All right. Philosophies don't do it for me. All right. Testimonies don't really do it for me because I've heard so many and I've had my own, and they're not that impressive to me. All right. So something real that God would do, if there is a God, that he would reveal himself in a detectable way. That would be the word I would call it. All right. Not a thought I have in my mind, because I have grown to understand what I think and what I can see as reality. And I'm comfortable knowing the difference. So it would have to be something where God was detectable to me. So what would that evidence be? I don't know, a personal, encounter, God coming in my room and wanting to speak with me directly, where I could, know that it's a God, and maybe I could ask him about, what God he is. So that's kind of it.
Okay, so then, but you had said earlier that you did have spiritual or supernatural encounters in the past and that you accept that other people do. Is that right or wrong?
A little bit wrong. All right. Right in one sense, but not right totally. All right. I had experiences that I thought were supernatural. Right. I was a Christian for many years. Right. I now understand they were not supernatural at all. All right. So, I had the stories of my own. I had unique experiences that I thought was a God, but I no longer feel that way. Okay.
Okay, so I guess what I'm confused about is if the experience that you described as being evidence occurred, how would you distinguish it from those other experiences that you now say are not supernatural?
Okay. One of the first things that happened, I could only give you an example, right, from my own life. One of the first things that happened to me was when I became born again. All right. I was in a room by myself. Now, I was at the time studying the Bible. I was going to some charismatic prayer groups, etc. And I had an experience, was in a room. My ex-wife was in the hospital. It was kind of like a waiting area. And I was tired. I was worn out. I was young, and I was desperate. And I started crying out to God, right? Which I was starting to believe because I was going to the Bible studies and the prayer groups. And when I did that, I felt that I had like a vision of Jesus coming down, right, from above and speaking to me in the form of a vision, right? And it was meaningful to me at the time. And now I understand that that was a product of my own mind. I understand there was no Jesus coming down from the sky, and that the dialogue I was having was with myself. It's something I wanted to believe, and that's kind of my first experience, and I thought it was supernatural, right?
Can I
But
ask a clarifying? Sorry. So, when this happened, did you actually visibly see Jesus, or was it just a feeling?
well, this is the thing. Obviously I didn't see him with my eyes, but I felt and had a vision, almost like, I mean, it's like I have a very vivid imagination, so I could sit and fantasize about something as an example, right? And it could seem real to me. All right. I have that ability to do that. And I know now that's what I was doing. I realized this a long time ago, but when I look back on it, I was visualizing, kind of like a person would meditate, and they would visualize something in their mind, and they can be hypnotized in those situations because the mind is very powerful. All right. And it's very real. So I'm really into the brain and the mind, and I was visualizing this.
So sorry. So there was more of an imagination, but so I'm saying, like, putting yourself in the position. You didn't visibly see Jesus, or even a hallucination, or real or not. You didn't visibly see Jesus. You just imagined Jesus.
Of course. But at the time, I took it as I was seeing him.
Yeah, I mean I agree. That's probably not. I mean, I don't know that I can't speak for God, but I mean, I wouldn't say that that's supernatural. I agree, but that's not supernatural. I guess I would say, do you accept though that people do think that they see Jesus, or that I think in the sense of, like, they visibly do, something does appear to them visibly and they can't see Jesus appearing. And maybe it's Jesus, maybe it's a hallucination or something, but that they do see something, that there are people that have.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, looking back on it, and this was a long time ago, but looking back on it, no, I didn't see anything. But in my mind, I was able to visualize, which is not literally seeing, but I was visualizing, and I thought that vision was a supernatural experience.
Okay, but no, but I'm saying, do you think that it's possible that people out of delusion even could visibly see a person that they interpret to be Jesus Christ in front of them, whether or not it's a hallucination or a delusion or it's actually him? Do you think that that's possible?
I don't believe in the supernatural anymore.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that it doesn't have to be supernatural. Let's just say it's just a hallucination. Do you think it's possible that somebody could see Jesus in front of them, and what they think is Jesus through hallucination or through other things like that?
Of course.
So then, how would you differentiate, if Jesus were to appear to you right now and talk to you? How would you differentiate that from a hallucination?
Well, I feel I've become more grounded in thought. All right. So at the time, I was looking for God, and I wanted to believe in God. All right. So it seems really natural to me now, looking back, of why I interpreted that as being God, of being Jesus. Right. But in reality, no. All right. Kind of, along the lines of hallucinating, having a psychedelic experience. I mean, I can equate it a little bit now because I smoke pot a lot. Right. And, it does, when you put certain chemicals in your brain, the chemistry reacts where you experience things in your brain, in your mind, that are not real. And that's where I put it now. Right.
Okay, so then, so then you kind of do agree on some level that even if Jesus were to appear before you, that wouldn't necessarily be proof, because you could say it's just a hallucination, right?
If it was that type of appearance, no, I wouldn't think that was Jesus. No. But if it was the type of appearance that would convince me, it would be the type of appearance that was something much more detectable than in my mind. See, I do believe that Jesus exists as a concept in the minds of human beings. So that I do think. In fact, I don't think that. I know that because he certainly appeared in my mind, and he appears in the minds of many people around me. All right. But because a concept exists or a belief exists in someone's mind, that's not how I determine truth anymore. I became a much more critical thinker later on in life. Right. At the time, I didn't think so critically. So critical thinking led me out of religion.
Okay, so then would it be fair to say that if Jesus did appear to you and start talking to you, then you would interpret it more likely as a hallucination than him actually doing it?
I would try to determine if it was a hallucination or not. And
How would you do that?
Well, there'd have to be a methodology. And for me, it would be being able to detect this person outside of my own thoughts. Objective, I guess you would describe it as something objective. All right. Like when I talk to my girlfriend, all right, just an example, talk to people all the time, right? But when I'm talking to my girlfriend, I can distinguish when I'm talking to her in person and she's there and detectable versus maybe when I'm thinking about talking to her. All right. I see this in mental illness because my mother is passing away and she has very, very advanced dementia. And I've watched her mind go downhill. All right. And she no longer is able to distinguish what is real from what is not real. So to me, that's one of the biggest things in mental stability, right? Because once you can't distinguish what is real from what is just a product of your own mind, all bets are off. You're on your way.
I guess what I'm confused about is how would you, like, you said that, okay, it's the same methodology you'd use for like your wife, but like what is that methodology to determine whether or not Jesus appearing before you is a hallucination versus is it actually him?
Again, I trust my own thought processes at this point in my life. All right. I feel comfortable knowing when my girlfriend is actually talking to me versus me thinking about her talking to me. And they're two very distinct things that I do not struggle with determining what it is. Some of it is just, I think, a natural thing. I mean, it's a natural thing for me now to understand what I'm thinking versus what is reality in front of me. All right. Like I don't believe in ghosts. All right. A lot of it, by the way, Noah, it's what you believe plays a big role in all that. It's like if I believe in ghosts and I know people that believe in ghosts, they see ghosts, right? Right.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with you. I think that's why I don't think personal experiences or seeing these things is necessarily good evidence in and of itself. And I would say, which is why I would appeal to other things, but I agree on some level with what you're saying. I guess my point is that it seems like it's kind of fallacious. It's like a personal incredulity fallacy because just because you personally see it a certain way or think you understand it doesn't mean it's necessarily true. And I think that when we're talking about a subject and we're talking about evidence, that's not really like a good criteria. You know what I mean? Like whether or not you personally, because there are millions of Christians around the world that think that they see Jesus. I mean, there's even Muslims who think they're seeing whatever, Jibril or Muhammad or whatever. Like,
and that's a reality in our world. People think they're seeing all kinds of things.
So then, yeah, I guess the point is then there really kind of isn't anything that would fully I mean, in the sense of like, there isn't anything that really could convince you if that's the case. Because even if that did happen, you would just be able to say, "Oh, that's a hallucination," or maybe it's, you know what I mean, not real or something, right?
There would have to be some sort of methodology. Christians throw away science. It's like, oh well, science. They kind of throw that away. But science is important to me because it measures things that are real. Okay, and it observes things that are real. All right, so science would be one way if it can be scientifically proven. I don't think it can be, but if there was a way, that would be something that would be impressive to me. All right, but esoteric or abstract concepts in people's minds, uh, I I mean, it's nice, it's nice to have, right? I mean, but does that prove to me that God is real? No, absolutely not. All right, because I'm into the mind, I'm into meditation, I'm into trying to visualize things, and I believe there's a strength there, and there's a value there. So it's
But
not like I don't think there's any value. There's something there, but it still is a product of my mind, and I can totally distinguish the difference at this point in my life. Whereas back then, I don't think I had the critical thinking skills to be able to distinguish that.
okay, but you realize that even science is based on premises and ideas that can't necessarily be proven in and of themselves scientifically.
Well, if you're building a science and a theory based on something that is totally unprovable, I would say your science is on it's a pseudoscience.
But you realize that all science is built on the principle of induction, which we actually can't prove, and that even skeptical philosophers have conceded that we can't necessarily prove that. For example, that just because something has always been, as far as we know, has observed, has been a certain way, that it always will be in the future, and it always has been in the past. If that in and of itself is an assumption that cannot be proven, and even if it's proven with logical arguments, not scientifically, right?
Well, I think there's definitely, and again, I would say that there's bad science, right?
But I'm talking about all science. Like all science relies
All
on
science. I got to think about what you're saying, Noah.
Yeah, no.
So say it again. All science. Go ahead.
So all science relies on something called induction, or which this is something David Hume talked about. It's basically the idea that the future, like, so we do an experiment over and over and over again, but and we use that to try to understand reality, but we're assuming that the future will always be like the past. And obviously, like, especially you guys, I mean, I don't believe in billions of years, but that's a whole other conversation. If you believe that there's billions of years with no humans, then you'd also have to think about, well, these principles not only continue to stay true in the future, but have always been in the past, which we can't actually observe and we can't actually prove is the case, right?
I don't know what all science is built on, but I would hope, okay, that someone who is doing science would base their premises off of things that are proven to be true. Okay, if they're not, then I would be suspect of that science. All right. But when people demonstrate the proof of their premise, all right, then at least they have somewhere they are going. Okay. One of the things I see in the Christian mentality, and I'm not trying to put it down, I'm not trying to do that, but I see in the Christian mentality a presupposing of things that are unproven. It's kind of like I believe because I believe type of thing. All right. And I don't see that as being very strong. Right. So if a scientist said, well, I'm basing my premise on something that is not proven, I would question that science.
Okay, is there any form of science that doesn't rely on induction that you can think of?
On induction?
Yeah, the inductive reasoning. Any science that bypasses the problem of induction or doesn't involve induction of some sort, because I can't think of any.
Define what you mean by induction.
Induction is taking the amount of the experiences and the observations that we've constantly observed and assuming or coming to the conclusion that it always will be like that in the future, and it always has been like that in the past.
That it always was like that and always will be like that?
Yeah, like for example, we observe scientifically, and we could see this even without. I mean, it is science if you think, but like that the sun rises and sets in the east, or it rises in the east and sets in the west, and that we assume that just because that it happens every day, and that we can observe that it happens every day, that it always will happen. That is an assumption. That's not actually something that we can prove necessarily, right?
Yeah, I don't think you can prove it always will happen, for sure.
Yeah, my point is all of science is built on this concept that, which is fine. I accept induction on some. I mean, I think in the Christian paradigm we have an ability to account for it, but I'm just saying is that if you use that same logic to say that you can't believe in Christianity, then you couldn't really believe in science either, because science also relies on assumptions and presuppositions that you can't prove scientifically, right?
I would say there's many things that you can't prove scientifically.
Okay, so then, but you would agree that just because something can't be proven scientifically, that it's not false, or that that's not enough to reject it, right?
It's not enough to rule it out, right? So that's how I think. It's not. I'm not ruling out something supernatural, like as just out of hand. It could never ever happen. All right. I'm
Would you
not
believe?
ruling it out, but I have no way of determining how I would even understand something supernatural. All right. So it's kind of like way beyond me in a way, right? Because I wouldn't know how to determine something is supernatural.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that you do believe in the scientific thing. So my point is that if you're willing to believe, but you are not. It's not just that you're not ruling it out. You're willing to believe something that you can't prove scientifically, and that
I think I believe a lot of things, all right, and a lot of them may not be proven scientifically, all right. I'm skeptical, all right. So I like to figure things out. I like to have a grasp of things I'm going to believe in. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure I believe in things right now that are untrue, right? I don't. I have no problem with that. That doesn't make me uneasy. It doesn't give me a feeling. I don't get
I think
sick.
you're kind of missing my point, though. I think, sorry, maybe I'm doing a bad job of articulating this, but I'm just saying my point is that I asked you specifically what evidence would be okay for, would prove Christianity, and you said scientific evidence. And my point is just that just because something, like we can present logical arguments, we can prove things without scientific evidence and it still be true and you believe it. And I mean, you would agree with that, right?
Well, in my words, so I can try to articulate what I'm feeling right now, is again, I could definitely believe things that are not proven to be true. All right. I don't put plant my stake in the ground on it, but I could believe lots of different things. All right. Belief to me is one thing, and truth is another thing. To me, when I speak of truth, I'm speaking of things that can be proven in a scientific manner. All right. Using that methodology. And I don't think the scientific method is flawless. All right. It's one thing is kind of like I'm not seeking perfection. All right. I'm seeking answers to the best of my ability to understand. That's what I'm seeking personally. All right. If I believe something, it's because I feel I have a good reason to believe it and enough evidence to believe it. You see? But that does not mean to me that it has to always be true. All right. And I'm not seeking that. I'm seeking a good way for me to live my life in reality the best I can. That's it.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess what would be in terms of evidence, why is it that you're willing to say science is truth and all that stuff and it's objective when we both have kind of established that it has this thing that cannot be proven, which it relies on, but you're not willing to do the same thing for Christianity, or you're willing to say that other people can't do that for Christianity, even though you've done it for science?
Here's the thing. When I use the word science, I'm not thinking of it. I don't think I'm thinking of it the way you are. All right. I'm thinking of it as the best method that we have to determine that it's true. Okay. But I recognize that if further information and evidence comes along that disproves what I previously believed, all right, I will move and I will shift and I will change my mind. All right. The thing with religion that I see is it's rigid. It's like you either, you can't change your mind. Otherwise you're just out of the group, right? I mean, once I changed my mind on Jesus, I no longer was a part of that religion. All right. Science is looking and seeking ways to change. There's that concept of falsifiability. If I believe something to be true scientifically, and further information comes along and further evidence that shows that what I was believing is false, I simply change my mind. That's it. It's not a big deal. All right. For me to change my mind now is one of the easiest things I can do. Okay. When I was a Christian, I couldn't change my mind because my whole identity is wrapped up in this belief. All right. So I couldn't actually change my mind because the minute I change my mind, my whole identity as a person goes away. And then when you do leave religion, it's kind of like a rebuilding you have to do, and it can be difficult. It's not always easy because you're giving up something that was part of who you are, right? This is who I am. I planted myself on Jesus. I've committed myself to Jesus. All right. I've made a vow unto Jesus. And in my Christianity, that was to death. I'll die for Jesus. All right. I'm ready to die for Jesus. All right. But the way I think now, I would never die for Jesus. It's like to me, it's a ridiculous thing to want to die for Jesus. All right. Because I can change very easily. Whereas before I felt closed-minded looking back on it when I was Christian. I feel open-minded now that I'm an atheist. I mean, I'm open-minded. All right. I can listen to different things. I can contemplate different ideas. All right. When I was a Christian, I was in a box. All right. Mentally, I was in a box. And now my mind is clear and free. So I can explore people talking about Islam, people talking about Hinduism, people talking about their faith in God. And I like it all. It's all cool to me. All right. But for me to change my mind, and I can, it's going to take more than I heard a guy say something. I believed something. It's going to be much more than that at this point in my life. So hope that at least explains that.
Yeah. I think the difference here, or the thing I'm struggling, I think it just seemed like it's a lot of it is focused on like your personal feelings and what you feel rather than like fact. And maybe that sounds condescending, but you understand what I mean is like, it seems like I understand what you're talking about. Like, I think that a lot of, I think people have different experiences too. Like I'm not saying your experience is wrong or that you you didn't experience that, but like there are many people who I've known and me personally who used to be an atheist, and then when they became a Christian, like life, I don't want to say it became better, but it became so much more fulfilling and more meaningful and all this like this. And I don't think that you would deny that, right? Like you would grant
No,
that.
I don't deny that because I think we find our own meaning. Do you hear what I just said?
Yeah. I
All
guess
right.
I'll just
so like for example, all right, I have a daughter who's a mega church worship pastor. Okay.
Yeah.
She finds meaning in her faith in Christ. Okay. I don't doubt that. All right. It makes sense to me. She's finding meaning there. All right. I'll know another person who finds meaning in New Age spirituality. Right. And that is meaningful to them. I find meaning in just thinking my own thoughts. All right. I find meaning in different aspects of life. I find meaning in nature. I like to go out and, look at nature, and I find meaning there. But we find meaning in different things. So I think I really do understand what you're saying. All right. But finding meaning in something does not make something real. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of the point I was trying to make, is that just because you personally might find more meaning or more fulfillment in atheism or in not believing in Christianity doesn't mean that Christianity isn't true, or it doesn't mean that there isn't like that even science or any of this stuff. I'm not saying it's wrong, but that it's true. Like that doesn't necessarily tell you. But my point is that seems to be the basis of like your reasoning more than like engaging with the arguments. You know what I mean?
Well, I haven't heard a new argument for belief in Christianity in 10 years. I haven't heard anything new. I mean, the arguments that I've been given, I've rejected. They're not true to me. So, if there was a new argument, I'm open-minded to it. All right. Or maybe I can understand something I didn't understand before. All right. And then I can change my mind. But like I said, for a Christian to come to me with arguments that I've heard 100 times, I've kind of already rejected that. So, that's not gonna make me a Christian for darn sure. All right.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it would take, because I pretty much, very convinced. I think the first guy I was talking to, I'm saying 99%, I'm 99% sure there is no God, and particularly the Christian God, at least 99%, my belief level is extremely low. So to climb that mountain, is not going to be an argument from William Lane Craig or a great philosopher, because I do watch all those things. I'm open, and I listen to the philosophical arguments. I listen to anything new that comes out, but there's rarely anything new. So,
what do you think about the messianic prophecies argument? Do you think that that's a bad argument or a good argument?
Messianic prophecies, meaning that would prove what?
Well, like for example, the fact that Jesus and Jesus' life, his death, and his resurrection, and all that stuff is predicted in the Old Testament, and obviously we have historical evidence to show Jesus was crucified and stuff that I think is very well established, and when he lived and stuff like that. Like all that stuff is prophesied in the Old Testament, right?
I don't find it that compelling, because I've kind of poked holes in that stuff. All right. Like, I don't see these prophecies actually being fulfilled. All right. But what I see is authors writing a book after the fact. All right. There's an Old Testament, and there's already a book and literature there. And then the Christian writers who came out of Judaism, they were creating a narrative using a lot of the Old Testament. Right? So to me, it seems pretty clear that they may have been trying to plug in these prophecies. But when I specifically go into the prophecies, and I don't go into every one, but some of the big ones that I hear, they're not even prophecies. It's like, they're not fulfilled in Jesus anyway. All right. Well, Christians to me seem to make prophecy like a Nostradamus. It's like Nostradamus made prophecy too. All right. But Christians don't believe in Nostradamus, right? Right.
Well, I mean, the reason why Nostradamus people reject him is because Nostradamus made a lot of true prophecies, but he also made a lot of fake prophecies, and he basically just his tactic was basically to just overload a bunch of crap, and then eventually some of it stuck, which is not really prophetic. I mean, I could do that, but
what would be a prophecy that you might think was fulfilled or proves that Jesus is God?
I think a really good one is Malachi 1:11, where, because you have to keep we both know that, like, at the time of the Jews, like, only the Jews worship the God of Israel, and only in the temple. But Malachi 1:11 says that the day will come where people all over the world will worship the God of Israel and offer an offering and incense to the God of Israel, which literally, I mean, you wouldn't disagree that happened, right?
Say that one more time, because it certainly seems like I disagree.
The prophecy in Malachi 1:11 says that the people all over the world will one day come to worship the God of Israel, which come on, we know it happened, right?
The whole world is not worshiping the God of Israel.
Well, not literally everybody, but it just says all over the world. It says, from this rising place to the setting place of the sun, my name will be great among the nations. In all places, incense and an pure offering will be offered to the Lord. That's what it says. It doesn't literally mean I mean, obviously, like, there's going to be places, of course, but it's saying that all over the world. I mean, it's an idiomatic, but obviously you can see that.
Like, I mean, just logically looking at the world we live in, there's more people who do not worship Jesus than do worship Jesus. So, I mean, the fulfillment.
It's not saying everybody. It doesn't say literally everybody in the world. It's just saying
no, but it's not even. It's not even half.
Okay,
it's not even close to half. It's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 25%.
Most people. It doesn't say that. It says, I'll read. This is New King James. From the rising place of this, for the rising place of the sun, even to its going down, my name shall be great among the Gentiles. In every place, incense should be offered to my name and a pure offering. My name shall be great among the nations, says the Lord of hosts. What part of that is not fulfilled?
None of it.
So there isn't the Gentiles all over the world, and it doesn't say everybody anywhere in this verse. The Gentiles don't worship the God of Israel.
Well, there are Gentiles that worship the God of Israel. Yeah, but that's a prophecy. That's a prophecy that if your bar is that there are people who worship the God of Israel in the world, well, that's a low bar. So the prophecy isn't that impressive to me.
It's not. I mean, we can go more into it, but it's not a low bar, because during that time, every nation had its own god, right? So it's actually really far-fetched and very unlikely that would happen, because at the time, not only that, but the only place where you could worship God was in the temple in one place. And in the context, what God is saying is that because the Israelites were giving profane sacrifices, he said, I don't need your sacrifice, because the day will come when all over the world, everybody will worship me. Not everybody, but all over the world I'll be worshipped. And this is actually linked to the Messiah, a crucified Messiah in Psalm 22, where it talks about them piercing the hands and feet of the figure in the psalm, which is not David, because that never happened to him. And then in the end, it says that all the nations will praise the God of Israel. So this is linked to the Messiah in Psalm 22.
Wasn't that the piercing in Zechariah, if I recall?
No, there's multiple. So there's a verse in Zechariah where Yahweh says, they will look upon me who they pierced, which is another good prophecy. But there's another one in Psalm 22 where it says they pierced my. Where there's a figure, I can read it, but the figure says that his hands and feet are pierced and that he's numbered with the transgressors, and they cast lots for his clothes, and and I will tell you this, there a lot of this response to that is that it says, because in the Masoretic text it doesn't say they pierced my hands and feet, it says they're at my feet like lions or something, but in the Dead Sea Scrolls and in the oldest copies we have of Psalm 22 it says they pierced my hands and feet. And
you're saying that because the New Testament authors wrote that that Jesus was on a cross, that means that's a fulfillment of that?
Well, I mean, you can read it. Not only did they write it, but it's, I mean, historically, I mean, there's a consensus among historians even today that happened, right?
No, there is no
There
consensus.
isn't a consensus that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate.
No, and there's no, I mean, Christians believe that, and that's for sure, right? But there's no consensus that Jesus was pierced on a cross. All right.
What about
the only evidence we have of that is a book that was written 2,000 years ago. All right. That's the evidence that Jesus was crucified on a cross. And it's a book that was written after that prophecy, right? So it's pretty easy for the author to write in that fulfillment. Now, I don't know, I wasn't there. You weren't there. We don't know if a person was crucified on a cross.
I mean, we pretty much know that as much as we know anything else in history. I mean, like, even atheist scholars, like the vast majority of atheist scholars even admit it. And Bart Ehrman, I can quote directly, says, if there's one thing that we know about Jesus, it's that he was crucified. I mean, this is literally like, if you reject the crucifixion by that same metric, you'd have to reject most of history, because there is more of a consensus that Jesus was crucified than like a lot of things in history, right?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not rejecting it. All right. I don't know if he was crucified. All right. I'm not saying I know for sure either way, and neither do you.
So then why do you think all these atheist scholars who have nothing to do with the Bible, I mean, they study the Bible, but they don't believe in the Bible. They don't even believe in God. In fact, they say things like they constantly try to discredit the Bible. Why would they affirm the crucifixion?
That maybe there was a guy named Jesus crucified?
Well, they didn't say maybe. They literally say, just as we know anything in history. I mean, as much as you can know.
An atheist scholar, you're telling me, is saying they know that there was a guy named Jesus crucified on a cross, and what are they using to determine that?
Do you want me to pull up the quote right now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I can say that. I mean, I said the quote already, but it's hold on, I'm trying to find the exact quote. You can look it up, but basically what Bart Ehrman says, which Bart Ehrman is probably like the most renowned New Testament scholar, he says that just as certain, though, if there's anything that we can know about Jesus, it's that he was crucified.
Okay, and again,
so then the prophecy is fulfilled then. So
I mean, because Bart Ehrman said that.
Well, it's not just Bart Ehrman. I mean, it's the vast. The only people, like, the idea that Jesus wasn't crucified is it's a very fringe view among historians, to the point where it's not taken seriously, because not only is there the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that says it, but there's also like Tacitus and Josephus and multiple other sources from the period. And you also have to remember, when Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written, the Bible didn't come until hundreds of years later. They were written as separate documents. So you have 4 attestations, and then you have Tacitus, Josephus. I mean, this is like one of the most well-recorded things. Not to mention that Jesus is not, like, at his time he was just a random guy walking around. So the fact that we have this much evidence of his crucifixion is kind of crazy. We also, I mean, we have the tomb he was buried in. This is like a well-established fact of history. I think it's not really something that I think is the hill worth dying on, that he wasn't crucified.
Well,
I can post a link in the chat here. This is
I
part
mean, yeah, I mean, but this is something that if he was crucified, so what? I mean, I don't get it.
Because there's a prophecy. So the prophecy in Psalm 22 that talks about him being crucified talks about after that the nations of the world all worshiping the God of Israel. The only person in history that was ever had their hands and feet pierced and died, and then everybody in the entire world worship the God of Israel. That's Jesus. There's literally nobody else that even comes close to that, right? And there's even more. I mean, in Daniel, it literally says that this is going to happen during the time of the Roman Empire, right? So Daniel describes 4 kingdoms that's going to happen. They're going to rule over Israel, and during the 4th kingdom, the kingdom of the Messiah will show up. And if you look at the 4 kingdoms, you count 4 kingdoms, it's the Roman Empire. So you look at all the evidence, like once again, like there's so much evidence that Jesus is the Messiah from the Old Testament. You have to also remember that this was thousands of, or over 1,000 years before Jesus, right?
So you believe in Jesus because you read in a book that was ancient that a man would be pierced. I mean,
well, not just that. I mean, the fact that this piercing would then result in the nations of the world worshiping the God of Israel, which at the time was during the time of the Roman Empire. And then, which, by the way, the idea of, first of all, there's only one man in history, I think we could agree, that caused all the nations of the world to worship the God of Israel. I mean, that is not something we can dispute, right?
No, there's a lot of dispute.
So then can you name anybody else who was pierced during the time of the Roman Empire?
Look, I do watch and read, and when you make a statement like there's very little dispute, you're wrong. There's a lot of dispute. All right. So I'm not even picking a side on that dispute right now. I'm just asking you to recognize there's a lot of dispute.
I mean, there isn't though. Like I encourage anybody who's watching this to go look at the case for the crucifixion. I mean, it's airtight to the point where, I mean, the only people that deny it are like people that say Jesus never existed, and even that is a very untenable position historically. Bart Ehrman, he's a famous atheist scholar, and I know I'm quoting him a lot today, but he's like probably the most famous. He literally did a whole debate about did Jesus exist, and he said, yeah, he existed and he was crucified. I mean, this is probably one of the most.
Do you understand that it doesn't matter what Bart Ehrman thinks about whether Jesus was crucified or not? Can you?
I mean, yeah, I agree. No, I agree with that, but I'm just saying it's not just Bart Ehrman. And my point, the argument that I'm making isn't that Bart Ehrman says it, therefore it's true. I'm saying that even people that don't believe in the Bible as the word of God or infallible or even mostly true, he literally says the Bible's full of myths and stuff I don't agree with. But even he's willing to say, yeah, this is a historical fact, this happened. But I'm saying, why would he say that? Like, what would be his motivation for saying that if he doesn't believe in the Bible?
Bart Ehrman has his own opinions, and he has his own beliefs and lack of beliefs wherever he feels, led him to believe or not believe in certain things. All right. That does nothing whatsoever to prove that this prophecy that you're pointing to about a man having been pierced, okay, and then a book being written about and talking about a man being pierced, a long time later, hundreds of years later, somehow means that was, means there's a God. And it's your level of what you consider proof is just way below mine. All right. It's like you consider proof things that I would not even consider proof.
But you realize that I didn't just say that it was the fact that he was pierced. Like, that's not the only reason. And that I even said in the very same psalm, you can go read it. It talks about the nations of Israel, of the world, going to worship the God of Israel, which you never see. There's not a single person on earth other than Jesus who was had his hands and feet pierced. By the way, keep in mind, crucifixion did not exist in the time of this prophecy, so they didn't even know what that was, and it caused everybody to work. Like, I'm just wondering, like, is there any other person in history that you could possibly point to that fulfilled all these prophecies? Like, anyone?
I don't see them as being fulfilled in Jesus. I mean,
Okay, so what was not fulfilled? What that I haven't mentioned
I
was
don't
not fulfilled in Jesus?
understand this. I don't believe the things you're reading in that book. All right.
Fine.
So for me to say, it's like if you have a book and it's written and it says something and you go, well, look, it says right here that this happened. I question whether it even happened. All right.
I agree. And that's why I say we can look at other sources, not just the book. Outside of the book, you can look at historical, archaeological evidence, including other books from that time. And when we look at all that, it's almost indisputable that Jesus was crucified. Including there's secular historians. I mean, there's no such thing as a secular historian back in the day because everybody believed in some sort of supernatural thing. But there are non-Christian historians like Tacitus and Josephus that talk about Jesus's crucifixion.
Well, when I have read those things in the past, all right, it's very little. All right.
But they say he was crucified.
Josephus spoke about Jesus as being, like, if I recall, because it's been a long time, but Josephus talked about Jesus as being someone he had heard about through other people. All right. He didn't go into a big thing about it. All right. And it's very little other than what we read in the New Testament that would testify to Jesus. It's not much about Jesus. It's contained in a very small amount of writings. Right? It's not. There wasn't a bunch of people outside of the cult or the group that was writing about Jesus. All right.
So, I'm sorry. Can I just? That's not really true because when you look at a lot of writings today, because there's a printing press and everybody is literate, we just assume that, oh yeah, everybody just writes stuff down. But this is actually a lot of evidence for the time, considering most people were literate and couldn't write. The amount of evidence we have for the crucifixion is actually overwhelming, especially when you consider the amount of people that were actually able to write things down. And the thing is, most of human history that we look at from that period is from people writing stuff in books and is from people hearing about things. So, I mean, if that's true, you basically would have to either cast doubt, like an extreme amount of doubt on like everything in ancient history, including like the existence of like Alexander the Great and like major figures that, yeah, we know about them from what's it called? From people just writing with them in books. Like, yeah, that's the only thing we know about them.
So what it comes down to, if I'm hearing you correctly, right, is that because there's a book that was written 2,000 years ago, the book proves itself. No. So that you can go and you could go, well, it says here in this book that this happened. All right. And I'm offering to you that the book cannot prove itself. All right. That's totally.
I never said that though.
It's circular. So where is this evidence outside of the book that you're saying there's, I read Josephus, whatever was out there at the time, wasn't a whole lot about Jesus. Okay. Tacitus, not a whole lot about Jesus. All right. I know that some of the stuff attributed to those authors were considered forgery. Right. So, I mean, what am I? I'm supposed to just throw my whole brain at the door and go, oh no, I just believe that what the book says is exactly what happened. And I'm not buying it. All right. If the book said things that ring true to me, okay, I probably would be still a believer. But when the book itself says the most bizarre, irrational things, all right, it calls into question the rest of the book. All right. So when the book says, a man rose from the dead, I mean, that's I'm throwing that away. It didn't happen. All right.
Okay. Now, you do realize that most of the accounts that we have of ancient history outside of the Bible too, from the ancient times, has supernatural events and miracles, including like what's it called? Tacitus has it. Pliny the Younger, like plenty of these sources, almost all of them have supernatural events. So if you just threw away every historical source with supernatural events, you would have no history left. You'd literally just have nothing but like guesses. You know what I mean?
I'm throwing out, I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah.
I'm throwing out the supernatural, kind of like Thomas Jefferson did with his Jefferson Bible. Okay.
So is it supernatural that a guy got crucified?
No, that's not
okay. So then you could agree that he got crucified without.
No, I said that's a possibility. I told you that. You're saying, well, I know that because I read it in a book, and I'm saying, well, maybe there was a guy who got crucified. All right, I'm not saying that's impossible. All right, but when you go to the next story in the same book, okay, and now you're talking about people walking on water, and you're talking about, you know, water being turned into wine, and you're talking about men rising out of the grave after they were dead, not near death, but dead. And you're talking about people coming out of the graves and walking through a city. I mean, this is stuff that I would say, I definitely don't believe that.
Right? Okay, can I read the Josephus account? Because I have it here in front of me.
Sure.
Says, there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as receive the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was Christ. And when Pilate, the suggestion of the principal man among us, had condemned him to the cross, those that loved him at first did not forsake him, for he appeared to be alive again on the third day, as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10,000 other writings concerning him. And the tribe of the Christians so named from him are not extinct at this day. That's from Antiquity. Sorry, I don't know if I can post links or not, but yeah, I can post the citation in the chat. You can share it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
That's not the Bible. That's something else.
Listen, I'm not hiding from anything. Okay.
So no, it's fine. That's fine.
So here's the thing. All right. That what you just read, all right, was that a forgery, or was it confirmed to be actually a legitimate writing of this Josephus character? That'd be my first question to you. Okay. And secondly, that still doesn't do much other than what it would tell me, right? Is that there was some sort of a movement going on, and it involved this person, Jesus. And I'm not.
It says that he was crucified. That's what we're talking about. I'm for the sake of the conversation, the fact that Jesus, whether he walked on water, that's not relevant because that's not what we're talking about. My point is that this event of this crucifixion, we can see has been attested to, not just in the Bible, which I mean that in and of itself. I mean, do you believe that a written testimony is evidence of an event happening?
Written testimony is evidence of an event happening. I mean, it depends on the written testimony and if it can be verified and if it can be, you know, I mean, no, there's many people who write testimonies that I would not believe.
Right? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's evidence is different from proof. Evidence in the sense of it can be a thing that we use as something that makes it more likely that it happened. But yeah, I mean, 100% proof of anything is kind of difficult to find. But you would agree that like part of when a historian builds a case, part of what they use is testimony from the writings of the time, right?
If you're trying to build a case for something that happened thousands of years ago, yeah. And if you're trying to build a case today, all right, there'd be a lot more involved, right? Like the alien abduction thing, all right? I used to drive around at night, and I heard many, many stories and testimonies on the radio. I don't know if you know that show.
Yeah.
George Norrie.
No, it's probably might be before my time. I don't know.
But it's on late at night. I don't even know if it's still on. But I used to drive for years in the middle of the night. I used to listen to it all the time. So there's a lot of people out there that have testimonies about seeing aliens, being abducted by aliens, being taken onto a spaceship, all right, and then put back down, all right. Now, those people you can talk to. They come on the air. They write books and they write about their testimony, all right. And yet,
Yeah,
I didn't
we
believe
know,
the word they were saying.
even your own criteria that atheists love to use, like we know that Romans crucified people. We know, like this is like a. I just think this is a really bad. I mean, I can. Do you want me to cite more? There's Tacitus here. I have plenty of the younger. I mean, even the Talmud, if you read it, they literally talk about the crucifixion, and even Jewish sources that they were hostile towards Jesus, and they even talk about the crucifixions. I mean,
Why
like
don't the Jews believe in Jesus then?
well, because what they say in the Talmud, I can find it is that they believe that he was rightly crucified because he was an idolater because he claimed to be God. So they actually just think that he was lying, but they thought he was crucified rightly.
The religion of Judaism doesn't think that Jesus was the Messiah, right?
No, but they do think he was crucified. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so they didn't think he was the Messiah. All right.
Yeah.
So those people study the Bible. They spend their days studying the Bible. All right. And yet these things that you find so convincing, they didn't find convincing. And they're much more than me. That's not Brooklyn Lou. I mean,
that actually proves my point further.
But the whole Jewish religion, who read the same stuff you read, all right, they didn't find it convincing that he fulfilled these prophecies.
Well, because if we look at the Masoretic text, which is the version of the Old Testament that they use and that is still in some Bibles today, the prophecy that I mentioned is actually taken out and replaced. So, for example, in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the oldest manuscripts we have, all Psalm 22, it says they pierced my hands and feet. It said that in the Septuagint, but when you read the version that Jews read today, which is the Masoretic text, it says like a lion, my hands and feet, which doesn't even make grammatical sense, but they actually changed that text in their version of the Bible. So that actually goes to my point more.
Think carefully now, because the Hebrew text would have been the original text.
No, the Masoretic text was a medieval text that was released during the 7th century and from rabbinic scholars, but the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are older, these are the older manuscripts, have the Christian version, which is they pierced my hands and feet. So they actually took that out. So if you want to know why they don't believe it, there's multiple reasons, but one is because they literally took that verse out of the Bible.
Okay, so let me try to understand and clarify this, all right?
Yeah.
As far as my understanding is that the original Hebrew text of the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, not Greek. All right.
Well, that's not necessarily true. So that is true, but the Septuagint, which is the translation of the Old Testament into Greek, is actually older than the Masoretic text, which was a newer version of the text, which was released in the 7th century during the medieval times by rabbinic scholars.
Okay, so just take the text. I mean, I'm not going into this text. The oldest text that we have
is not the Masoretic text.
Were written in what language?
I mean, technically, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think the Septuagint might even be. I mean, are you talking about manuscripts or the actual like repository of?
I'm talking about as far back as we could go, right?
No, but I have to know if you're talking about manuscripts because there's a big difference. Because manuscripts are the actual physical copies of the text, whereas there could be text that's older that we still have through copies, but we don't have the manuscripts, right? So, are you talking about manuscripts or
the oldest known manuscripts of the Old Testament?
Yeah, those are the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they're in Hebrew, but they pierced my hands and feet. They don't have like a line, my hands and feet.
Okay.
So they changed it. Yeah, so they changed the text.
I'd have to get into ancient manuscripts.
So then, Why did they have to change that
honestly,
particular text?
honestly, like a fella I was talking to before, I mean, I shouldn't have to. I mean, you know, the idea that I would have to look at an ancient text, all right, and decipher whether it says like a lion or hands and feet were pierced, all right, that I would have to do that to discern what a God wanted to tell me. Even that alone is
I mean, you just have to type it into Google. Like, I could do that in 5 minutes. I'm not like, come on, bro. Like, it's not like I could just go Google Dead Sea Scrolls Psalm 22 like right now, and that takes less than a minute.
all right. Go. I'm not going online. I'm just talking to you.
No,
Go
yeah,
on
I'm just
Google.
saying.
Go on
that's-
Google and ask this question. All right. Whatever verse you're quoting, right?
Yeah,
All right. I don't. Where is that found? The one you're quoting.
Psalm 22.
So go to Psalm 22. Go to the oldest translation of that verse,
Yeah.
and not from, you know. Don't go to some apologist now. Just try to make it factual. Okay.
Sure. I mean, I guess my question, and then there's another thing I'd like to add about that too. So originally, the Jewish Messiah, according to the Tanakh, and so there's was one man, right? So there was the Messiah was supposed to, because in the Bible it says the Messiah is supposed to die for the sins of his people, but it also said that he's going to be a king and reign forever, right? So originally that was one figure, but after Jesus came and fulfilled all those prophecies, Jews actually came up with two messiahs, Messiah son of David and Messiah son of Joseph. So that way, when Christians were to come to them, they could say, "Oh, the Messiah isn't supposed to die for the sins, not supposed to do that." But the reason why they do that is because they're talking about Messiah son of David. So these Jesus's fulfillment of these prophecies were so powerful that Jews literally had to rework their entire belief system about the Messiah just to get around the fact that Jesus is the Messiah. So I mean, that in and of itself, it doesn't prove that he is, but it definitely shows a lot of the evidence. Because if this was just something that Christians are reading into the text, they wouldn't.
Purely at this point, that becomes purely an interpretation on your part. Because if you talk to a Jew, okay, they're not going to agree with that at all.
Well, that's not true. The Talmud literally talks about the Messiah.
When you go and tell a religious Jew that they got their own book wrong, right? I don't think they're going to say, "Oh yes, I got my own book wrong because a Christian told me I got it wrong." All right.
I mean, this is in the Talmud. You can go read it. It literally talks about the two messiahs, which is a new innovation. And you can even go look at rabbinic commentaries. So, for example, Isaiah 54 is the famous one where it talks about Jesus dying, or it talks about the Messiah dying for our sins. Nowadays, the Jews will say it's Israel. That's Israel. It's Israel. But if you look at older rabbinic commentaries from the time of Jesus and before, they historically have said that it is the Messiah. And even newer Jewish commentaries have said that that's the Messiah, which it says is supposed to die for the sins of the people. So I mean, that's pretty explicit in terms of. And I mean, I would encourage everybody who's watching this to go fact check and read.
Well, you have an entire religion.
Yeah, people can be false and can be wrong.
I'm given that. I mean, I understand they could all be wrong. All right, but you have an entire religion that disagrees with you.
Sure.
Right? And you could say, which is what it normally comes down to when I talk to religious people, all right, you're going to say, well, I know more than they do. All right. But they will debate that with you, I'm sure, all day long. All right. Because you're saying that they purposely went in and tried to falsify their religious documents.
I mean, you can go verify this for yourself and go look it up. You look at the oldest manuscripts; it conflicts. Now, it varies. A lot of manuscripts are good, like Isaiah is word for word, but a lot of these old prophecies and stuff, or a lot of these things have been changed. And you can go look at the original, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you can compare it to the Masoretic text, and there are differences, that have to do with prophecies of the Messiah. So I mean, this is something you can go verify. And I understand we're not Googling right now, but I'm just saying, like, obviously when this conversation is done, I encourage you to go fact check everything I said. Maybe some of what I said isn't true, maybe it's not.
Well,
I encourage you to go look.
I check out anything someone says that I think, I don't have enough education to know, what is absolutely true about something. So I'm gonna get into this text you're speaking about. All right. But I know for sure that there's gonna be a Jewish version of that.
I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls were Jewish.
Before I even look at it, I'm expecting to see the Jewish religion defending their belief. All right. And I don't think they're going to say, well, we corrupted this. All right. I doubt I'm going to see that. All right.
I mean, they might not claim it, but I mean, if you see the oldest manuscript says one thing and then Jesus dies and all that happens, and then now all of a sudden it says something different. I mean, that I don't know, like, what more evidence is required other than that. Like,
well, I'm not a Jew.
Sure.
So, if you're trying to convince a Jew who believes in the Old Testament that this is all, their word of God,
yeah,
that argument would probably carry more power. All right. For me, I don't even believe the stuff in the Old Testament.
So how did the authors know that all this stuff would happen? When it was going to happen? What was going to happen after? How did they know all this stuff without God revealing it?
What happened that again, you're saying that Jesus was crucified.
Yes.
Okay. And you're giving me this thing in the Old Testament that doesn't seem to tell me that. All right.
Do you want me to read it?
Go ahead again. Didn't you read it before? Okay.
No, I read the hold on. The Josephus one. Okay, so it says, for the dogs have surrounded me. The congregation of the wicked has enclosed me. They pierce my hands and feet. I can count all my bones. They look and stare at me. They divide my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. But you, O Lord, do not be far from me. O my strength, hasten to help me. Deliver me from the sword. My precious life from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth and from the horns of the wild oxen. You have answered me. I will declare your name to my brethren in the midst of the assembly. I will praise you. For you who fear the Lord, praise him. All you descendants of Jacob, glorify him, and fear him, you offspring of Israel. For he has not despised nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, nor has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried to him, he heard. My praise shall be of you in great the assembly. I will pay my vows before those who fear him. The poor shall eat and be satisfied. Those who seek, this is long. Hold on, I'll get to the point. And all the ends of the world shall remember and turn to the Lord. And all the families of the nations shall worship before you. The kingdom is the Lord's, and he rules over the nations. All the prosperous of the earth shall eat and worship. All those who go down to the dust shall bow before him, even he who cannot keep himself alive. And there's more, but I mean, that basically shows the two parts that I mentioned. The guy getting, the figure getting his hands and feet pierced, and then it talks about him, the nations of the world worshiping the God of Israel.
And what Bible passage was that?
It's in Psalm 22. And Jesus cited this on the cross, says, my God, why have you forsaken me? That's actually the psalm that he's citing when he says, my God, why have you forsaken me?
Then that makes you a Christian because you heard.
I mean, once again, I think that it's a case which has many bits of evidence. I think that there's this, and then there's also the Malachi 1:11 passage. There's also passages in Isaiah that talk about this. There's also passages in Tobit that talk about it. I mean, it's all over the Bible. And I think that the thing is you have to also look at the historical context. The idea of a worldwide God was a really strange concept because gods were almost always restricted to a geographical area or a people, which is why even when there's a Gentile that goes to Elijah, he asks for the dirt from Israel because he literally believes, and people back then believed, that gods were literally like, they had like a place that they were sovereign over, and they believe that gods were like regional. So the idea of a worldwide God, especially this is linked to the crucified Messiah, this is like something you kind of can't get around because there's only one man in history, and during the Roman Empire, and I can get to that text next if you want to. During the Roman Empire, that was crucified, that caused everybody to worship the God of Israel, and it's only Jesus. That's the only person it could be, right? I mean, you're laughing, but I'm like, what's
I have to, because it's very strange, okay? And I'm saying this sincerely.
You have to say, but what's wrong with my argument? Like, if there's something wrong with my argument, I'd like to know.
Your argument is based on stuff you read in a book, right? And I'm not basing my belief on something I read in that book. So,
well, I mean, you learn science from a book. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's true. Like, at the end of the day, if you learn science, you learn it from a science book. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, you learn a lot of things you learn from a book. Like,
you learn some stuff from a book, but it has to be verified and it has to be proven to be true in order for me to take it as something I'm going to live my life with.
So what have I not, because I've already showed all the eyewitness, all the testimonies about the crucifixion. We can very clearly see in front of our faces that God of Israel is worshipped all around the world. So what have I yet to prove is the case?
It means nothing to me that people are Christians. That doesn't prove Christianity is true. Okay.
So then how did these prophets
it's like me telling you, all right, well, I believe in Allah because I read it in this book, all right? And
that's not what I said,
that book is what I believe in, okay? And then I expect you to say, oh, that makes all the sense in the world. All right. That's what you're doing with me. You're saying that there's a book, all right, and it was written, all right, and you have to look at this book and you have to believe everything in that book.
My argument specifically is I'm asking you, how did these people who wrote this book, whether or not, who cares about that? I don't really think it's irrelevant for the sake of this argument. How did they know that this was going to happen? And not only did they predict it was going to happen, but they predicted how it was going to happen, when it was going to happen. How did they know all this, have all this information?
You are just assuming that we know when it happened. You're assuming that
was Jesus not alive during the Roman Empire?
It couldn't be a self-fulfilling prophecy. There couldn't be an author who wrote a book and he said, well, I'm gonna write into my book some of the narrative in the old book, all right, like a sequel type of thing. It couldn't have been that. It had to be that this book is absolutely certain. I mean, your skeptical thinking, your critical thinking and skepticism is very low. And I'm not saying you could be.
I mean, a lot of this is just rhetoric. It's not really. I'll just say this, right? The reason why that can't be the case, with the crucifixion, I kind of understand that. Even then, we have all this testimony that it actually happened outside of the Bible. But something like the nations of the entire world worshiping your God is not something you can control because you can't control those people, right? Whether or not that happens or not.
You already, I think you agree with me that all the nations in the entire world are not worshiping Jesus. You already, I think you agree with me.
What is there? That's not necessarily the case because it doesn't say it doesn't say everybody. Okay, so is there any nation?
Are they worshiping Jesus in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, there are Christians in Saudi Arabia. There are churches in Saudi Arabia.
That's a nation.
Yeah. There are churches in Saudi Arabia. People worship Jesus in Saudi Arabia.
I'm not saying there's not a church. You're saying all the nations are worshiping.
So people in those nations. So obviously, it's not saying literally everybody in the nation. Nowhere in the text to say that.
No, you're saying nations. All the nations in the world are worshiping Jesus. When that is not true. All right, you know that there are more people not worshiping Jesus.
There's nothing in the text, and you can look at Psalm 22, Malachi 1:11. There is absolutely nothing in the text that it says most people in the world or most people in these nations. All it says is that he will be worshipped in all nations. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about most people. It says all the ends of the world shall remember and turn to the Lord. So obviously, it's just saying people all over the world. This is a general statement.
Well, yeah, it's general, and that's the point of it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's
So the
not.
point.
It's
So
not
it's not
very
saying. So then
specific.
it's for.
It's
So then
general.
your argument saying that it's not being fulfilled because most people in a lot of countries don't worship Jesus is not a defeater of this argument because the text never claimed that. I never claimed that.
Well, you're saying all nations. You did say that, right?
Where in the text does it say most anything like? Does it say all nations or most people in the nations or anything?
I thought you said all nations. Am I
It
mistaken?
says all the ends of the world, and it says it does. I mean, what it depends what by all nations. I mean, you're kind of splitting hairs here. Obviously,
No. I'm asking what you said because I'm
okay,
trying to
I'll read the
clarify.
Malachi 1:11 again. Okay, and I'll read
Did you
the.
say all nations?
That sounded like something I would have said, but what I meant was not literally everybody or most people in the nations. I just meant people in the nations. It just says, in every place, incense shall be offered to my name, and a pure offering from the rising place of the sun to its going down. My name shall be great among the Gentiles. It doesn't say anything about most people or the nation's going to convert national religion to Christian. It doesn't say anything. And also, you have to think about, well, what does the world mean, right? Like within an ancient context, the world might not even be necessarily referring to the whole world. Like it could be the world in ancient context could just be referring to the Mediterranean. It could be referring to the known world. Regardless, I mean, you could still clearly see this fulfilled in no matter what definition that you take. But
it's
you know,
clearly not specific because that's why you're saying, well, it could mean in the region, it could mean around the world, it could mean.
well, it doesn't need to be. I mean, like when I'm saying people all over the world worship Jesus, I don't need to literally say like nobody who is like reasonable that I'm having a conversation with would say, oh, but do you specify in most people? Nobody thinks about that because it's not important because what's important is the message, right? The message is that all over the world, which is a deviation from the standard of the time, unlike the time it's written in where God restricted a specific time, a pure place and area, this God, the God of Israel, when this man is crucified, will be worshipped all over the whole world. That's the gist of it. Now you get into specifics, but it's you're just splitting hairs at that point, right?
Okay, is this is one last question on that?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Are there people all over the world in all different nations worshiping Allah right now?
Sure, but there's no prophecy about that, and you also have to think about when there's no prophecy about that in the Quran.
No, I'm.
Sure. Yeah, I grant that. Yeah, there are people all over the world worshiping.
They read the Bible, right?
Sure. No, Muslims believe. I mean, okay,
they don't read the Bible.
Muslims believe the Bible is corrupted.
But they read the Bible, right?
No, they don't.
They don't read the Bible.
There's a doctrine they have called takfir. I mean, it's a later development, but it's what they believe today, which is that the Bible and the Torah are not actually true. They have truth in them, but that this truth has become corrupted over time. This is their view.
All right.
So,
but at least I think you will agree that there are people all over the world worshiping Allah.
Yeah.
So is Allah the fulfillment of that prophecy?
No, because this is talking about Yahweh specifically. The word for the Lord, I mean, I'm sure if you translate it into Hebrew, it literally means the proper name of God, Yahweh, who is not Allah for multiple reasons.
Well, I definitely put the link to that passage.
I can post it in the chat. I'll post this passages
because I do want to do some more homework on that passage, right? But bottom line, beyond the passage is I don't believe the Bible. So, I mean, I'm sure there's many things that you believe about the Bible that I don't, and that's okay. But if I don't believe the words that the Bible is saying, if I don't believe much of it, just that alone doesn't give it much muscle power to me. It's like it's like you reading a different ancient holy text. All right, you could read it, all right, but if you don't give it much believability on your part, all right, it's not going to really impact you that much. right?
I will say this: if the Quran or whatever book, the Bhagavad Gita, any other holy book I read had prophecies of this precision about this kind of thing, I would absolutely be way more likely to believe them, and I probably might be part of that religion. I don't know, but the fact of the matter is that doesn't exist in those holy books. You can go read them. There's nothing like that in them, and there's it just doesn't exist in those holy books. So sure, but that me because that's a circular argument. What's in question is the Bible. Saying the Bible, this is not true because the Bible's wrong. I don't believe in the Bible. What is in question is whether or not we should believe in the Bible. And I'm saying that part of the reason why we should is because it with great precision predicts many future events about the Messiah and about the entire world that we see fulfilled in front of us every day.
Okay, so now if I was being rational,
Yeah.
I would, let's say I score that a point. I go, wow, that's impressive, right?
Yeah.
So I'm here balancing stuff, right? So I go, well, okay, that's an impressive thing, right?
Sure.
Now I look at another passage and I go, well, that's not impressive at all. All right. Just like you were pointing out, there's things in the Quran you just say, no, that's not the way it was. Right. So when I find things in the Bible that are not the way it was, do I
That's a
get
personal
to balance
incredulity
it?
fallacy. Yeah, I mean that's a personal incredulity fallacy. So just because
Not
you
a
personally
fallacy.
don't,
I'm asking if I'm allowed to do that.
I mean you could have free will to do whatever you want, but I mean the point is that just because you personally don't believe something or you don't personally find something convincing, that is a fallacy. And I would never say to a Muslim person, I just don't believe the Quran, so that's not true, because what's in question is whether or not the Quran should be believed. The fact that whether or not I choose to believe it or not is not relevant to the true or falsity of the actual text. So I
I'm
would
not.
not say that.
You're missing. You're defining what I'm saying differently, and you're
Okay.
saying I'm using some sort of a fallacy. Okay. I'm saying that if a given, I'm saying, okay, Noah, you got this great point, right?
Yeah.
So I have a book and I say, wow, that's a really impressive point, right? All right. But at the same time, I'm reading very unimpressive points.
So do you mean like things that are just like false from either history or something
No.
else?
I'm saying if I'm to be a rational actor, right? And I'm looking at a book as a whole, right?
Yeah.
You're saying I could only take the points that I find persuasive,
No.
and then all the other points I find not persuasive. I'm not allowed to say.
No, I'm not saying that. I agree that if there's other parts in the Bible that doesn't make sense, that you have to harmonize them or look at like what is the answer. I 100% agree with that.
All
And
right,
I'm not.
so therefore, I wasn't doing a fallacy. I was just describing my thought process. That's it.
If that's all you're saying, then I apologize. Then that's fine. I guess if it's maybe you're just it's more of like you're just thinking it through. That's fine. But I don't know.
I am thinking it through because I
Oh
think.
no, that's fair. No, I understand what you mean. I guess my thing would be, how do you think? So we already said that it couldn't just be somebody fulfilling prophecy on purpose, because there are many things in these prophecies that are outside of the control of the people fulfilling them, right? So then what else do you think could be the explanation as to how these prophets knew or were able to predict this event?
Well, I tell you what I could tell you what I think, all right? But I'm certainly not going to be able to prove this, right? But I can tell you what I think, all right? I think that we have the Old Testament and we have a religious movement that emerged from that region, Israel, right? And there's new texts, new writers, new authors that were writing, taking the Old Testament into consideration. And they were painting and putting together a narrative that would make Jesus their God. All right. And in that narrative, they're looking at passages from the Old Testament, which they're linking Jesus being a Messiah, all right, to these passages. And it makes sense to me that that's a possibility. All right. I know, and you know, that Jewish people, and I'm not saying this means they're right. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about absolutes. I'm saying it makes sense to me that if I'm writing a narrative to demonstrate or to try to persuade people that Jesus fulfilled these prophecies, I can write it right into the narrative. That just makes sense to me. All right. And that doesn't, you know, if that was the case, it's nothing. All right. You know, I'm going to make, if I read something that says the Messiah comes into the town on a donkey, if I read that and I'm trying to make a narrative about Jesus,
you'd make it going on. Yeah, no, I agree.
I could easily write in the book, and he came riding into the town on a donkey.
I agree, and I actually do think that there are certain prophecies in the Old Testament that are read into as prophecies, and that's not a problem because Jewish prophecy works in a specific way. But that being said, my concern, or the reason why I just don't think that makes any sense, is because some of these prophecies are completely outside of the control of the people who wrote the gospel. So the people outside the gospels have no control over whether or not people receive them, how far the message spreads. And by the way, they also didn't have control about whether or not Jesus was crucified. That was Pontius Pilate, and that was the Jews and the high priest. They were the people who had control over whether he was crucified, and they were clearly not trying to, like, they had no interest in fulfilling its messianic claims. In fact, they hated that he was claiming to be the Messiah. I mean, Pontius Pilate maybe a little bit less so, but they actually thought he was they thought he was Beelzebub, all this stuff. There's no reason why they would want to help him fulfill the prophecy, right?
Again, an interpretation of what you feel happened, and that's okay. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, can I add one more thing too? So also, what is considered a prophecy and what's not considered a prophecy was also established before the time of Jesus. So if you actually look at old rabbinic commentaries, and even after Jesus, they confirm that many of these psalms, such as even Isaiah 53 or these other ones, like these even rabbis in the medieval era, will agree that these are messianic prophecies. So it's not just Christians or the people in the New Testament reading into it, because even people that are hostile towards Christianity and Christians or believe in another religion and people before them were claiming these were messianic prophecies. So that's not really true. I mean, given the evidence that we have.
What I think I could say definitively, all right, without getting into speculation, all right,
yeah,
is that the Jewish religion, the Jewish people that fit in that category of Judaism, they disagree with your interpretations of these messianic prophecies. Now, I'm not judging who's right or wrong. Yeah. I'm saying, but I could definitively say that there is definitely different opinions and interpretations and versions of what you consider these fabulous messianic prophecies, right? Because the Jewish religion simply does not see a fulfillment in Jesus. So again, I'm not saying they're right, because then I would be really assuming something, and I'm not. I'm just saying that, you know, your religious belief is one thing and their religious belief is another. All right. I'm not religious, so I'm under no obligation or feel I need to believe any of it. All right. So being a skeptic and a person who is not religious, all right, you know, I'm going to go look at, well, were the Jews right about this passage in this book, or were the Christians right about this passage in this book? And I don't know. I don't even care, because I don't believe any of it.
I mean, okay, so I guess I would say this, right? Do you think that for this, I mean, whether or not you see it as proof, like you understand there's a difference between evidence and proof, right?
Yeah, I think to prove something, you use evidence.
Yeah, but evidence, there could be evidence that
points in a certain direction, but doesn't necessarily 100% prove that it's true, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
You can have evidence that doesn't prove something.
So do you think that Jesus fulfilling messianic prophecies, even though it might not necessarily prove Christianity, is good evidence that it's more likely to be true, even a little bit?
Yeah, if I was a Christian, it would make me feel comfortable. Yeah.
I'm saying in general, like objectively as evidence, do you think that this would be evidence, whether or not it's good evidence or it's sufficient evidence? Do you think that it's still pretty decent evidence to point you in that direction?
I think it's a type of evidence.
Okay.
And that's pretty much as far as I can go.
So then you would agree there is evidence for Christianity then, right?
Yeah, there's definitely some evidence for Christianity. Right. I personally don't think there's good evidence. So, that's where I'm different than you. It's not that I think nothing in the Bible is true. It's not that I think there is no evidence whatsoever. I just find it to be not so strong. And that in particular, so if you want to do some homework, in particular would be the supernatural claims. All right. Because that really strikes me as not based on evidence whatsoever. All right.
But isn't that kind of big in the question?
I mean, I'm telling you again, my thought process. All right.
No, I agree, but I'm saying that, like, don't you think that thought process is a bit circular? Because how do you know that the supernatural isn't possible?
I don't know. I would like evidence of that being the case. If it is something that exists, if it is something that is real, okay, I would like to see the evidence of that. And then it may lead me to a belief, right? But those parts of the Bible, when it comes to these supernatural events, I find to be very not believable at all. All right. So I'm telling you, if you ever want to talk to me again, your homework would be for me trying to prove that something supernatural ever happened. Okay. And that would certainly be impressive to me. So, it's not like I'm not open, but, I'm telling you what I'm most skeptical about. Okay. Those are the things I'm most skeptical about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say my thing personally about that is I think that, like, how do you determine if something is supernatural or not? Like, how do you define that?
It cannot be defined, and that's why I can't buy it. That's the reason.
No, so you can't but when you say the word supernatural, what do you mean? Like, obviously there's a definition behind the word because you're using the word.
I mean, again, I'm not Googling and going, but obviously supernatural to me means something that is outside of the natural world. All right. That has a power or some sort of presence outside of the natural world. That I think is supernatural.
So what you say logic? So where is logic within the natural world?
Logic is just a thought process.
Okay, but obviously logic had to exist before thought processes, because you even believe, I would assume you believe in evolution and the Big Bang, and that means that the universe literally existed for billions of years with no mind, right? So obviously logic had to exist, otherwise there couldn't be a universe, right?
So logic is the God?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you believe logic is real, right? Like, you believe in logic, right?
I don't. I mean, this is really, I think, really getting to the nitty gritty of this stuff, right? Because it's going way deep. All right. When you say, I think logic exists, okay, I don't think it exists as a thing. I think it exists, or an object or something like that. I think it's a product of the human brain. And having emerged from the brain, you could say it exists, but you also, in another way, could say, no, it doesn't exist. Because something that exists, you might use to say something that can be detected outside of the human mind. So it exists as it exists as a form of thinking, yes. But does it exist as an item or something we look at and say, well, here's a bag of logic? No. So
then where was logic? So then was there no logic before humans showed up?
No logic before humans showed up.
Yeah, like all the time where there's like Big Bang and like there was the funny shit like sorry, I don't know if I can curse, but the funny stuff like floating around in the universe and then the monkeys and all that. Like obviously that's before humans, right? So there had to be logic for even things like evolution to take place. Like there has to be logic, right? For that to happen, right?
I mean, I don't see it, but it's okay.
Well, yeah, because like for example, like so all logic is like propositional statements. There are propositional statements you're making about that time period that were true during that time. That's all logic is, right?
Logic for me, all right, the way I understand it, all right, it's not an object or a thing, it's a thought process. So if there was no humanity, all right, I would say there was no logic.
Okay, but what I mean when I mean logic is what I'm talking about is like the laws of logic. I mean, my entire point is just to say that there are clearly things that we believe exist or we believe in that are not within the natural world. I mean, I don't really think that that's like, I mean, do you disagree with that? Like, do you think that everything you believe is limited or within the confines of the natural world?
Logic could be considered one of those things, right? But you're dealing with something that no.
So then you do believe in something supernatural according to your own definition of supernatural that you just gave.
Meaning it exists where?
Well, yeah, that's my point. Is it's not something that exists within the natural world. My entire point is that you said that supernatural means something that does not exist within the natural world or cannot be identified specifically within the natural world, and then you said that you believe in logic, which literally fit the definition. So then you do believe supernatural is possible.
If given that narrow thing, I mean, I'll concede that. Like I said before, if you ask me, does logic exist? All right, I have to clarify what you mean by exist, okay? Because it does exist in one way, all right, and it doesn't exist in another way. So, like, for example, equating it to the supernatural, right, coming back to that, all right, the supernatural, I would say, exists as a concept, as something that people may or may not believe in, as something that is a concept in someone's imagination. Oh, yeah, I guess if you want to call that existing, all right, but as something or a person or getting down to a god, no.
Yeah, I didn't say, yeah, I mean, I do believe that obviously there's a connection there, but I don't think that that's necessarily what I was saying or talking about. I don't know. My thing, I think, is that I think that you're using a lot of criteria that you apply one way to everything else, but then with Christianity, I think that you have like a higher standard of evidence than you do, or like a higher criteria for what makes it you're willing to believe it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you think that's true. Maybe you actually would consider that. I don't know.
I don't. I mean, trying to talk about the existence of logic, the existence of thought, the existence of a supernatural idea. Those things, I mean, it's easy for me to say, oh, yeah, I believe in that, right? But at the same time, if you were to say, ask the question like you asked before, do I think logic exists outside of the human mind? No, I don't. So,
Okay, well, I'll just say I think I probably have to go soon, so I'll try to wrap it up here. But I think the thing I would just say is that I think that it's good to take a look at the things that I posted, and I encourage everybody else to as well. And I think that I mean, at the end of the day, like we have these conversations, and I know I hope I don't think this got heated, but like I know sometimes it can seem like, oh, Christians are like being hostile, but I mean, at the end of the day, we just want people to know Jesus. We want you to, Jesus loves you, and we want you to know Jesus. And it's not, I think that people can be zealous, and I have zeal too, but at the end of the day, we do love you, we do care about you, and Jesus cares about you. And I think, I mean, you can decide to accept that or not, but I appreciate the conversation, man. Honestly, I think it was positive, and God bless you. And
Noah, you made me think. I like that.
yeah.
So
No,
I
thank
have
you.
no
Yeah.
problem with that. All right. I'm always open. All right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I have no problem with what anybody believes. I really don't. All right. But I'm atheist for a reason. It's not like it was just, I want to be atheist. Because to be honest with you, for me, becoming atheist was not easy. It was actually difficult because everything in my life changed to the point where everything around me changed. All right. People look at you differently. People, it's pretty easy to stay in a culture that, is all together and all that. So being an atheist is not easy, I don't think, but it's honestly, it's well worth it. So,
But
and again, I don't expect you to understand that.
no, I mean, I used to be an atheist for like 10 years. I mean, I understand. I mean, didn't you say you live in New York? Like, isn't that or are you just from New York?
No, I'm from New York. I live in Florida.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I'm not gonna lie, I live in Canada, and I know other people. And honestly, like being an atheist is way more common. Maybe it's just where I live, but I mean, at the end of the day, it depends on where you live. I can't speak for where you live, but I could say from my experience, it is harder to be a Christian. I mean, that's just my experience. I think it's just because I mean, it is true that the Bible, if we look at the moral prescriptions in the Bible, they do violate like modern sensibilities of like what is right or wrong, 100%. And people will cast it, but I mean, at the end of the day, your experience is your experience. But I will say that like at the end of the day, I mean, do you think that being mistreated, like, do you think that you were mistreated when you converted, when when you became an atheist, that this caused mistreatment or problems for you?
No, I don't think I was abused or mistreated.
Okay, no, that's fair. Yeah.
No, all right, I mean, no, I don't look at it like that. I just look at it was a difficult thing for me to come to. Right.
Like difficult in the sense of like you felt attached to a religion, so it's hard to let it go or something.
Yeah, I was attached to Jesus and the concept that I had of Jesus, and it's kind of like losing something important. All right, you literally thinking Jesus is a person, and you're walking away from a person at when you first do it. I don't feel any of that now, but when I first walked away, there's I would say there's a little pain or bittersweet type of thing. But as I move forward, I got to know myself better. I got to trust myself better. And my life has been better overall. So I'm very happy I went the direction I did, but it wasn't without any pain, like almost like heartbreak.
So wait, so then it wasn't other people. Okay, so I maybe I misunderstood. I thought you meant like you were stigmatized by other people because you became an atheist, but it was, I guess,
Oh,
more.
I'm right now. I'm stigmatized by other people. And I'm stigmatized by other people right now.
But I mean, like going like about your everyday life. Like, do you think being an atheist is a challenge in terms of like how people view you, or just in your life in general, or no?
I don't talk about religion when I'm out. Let's say I'm doing business. I don't talk about religion and I don't talk about politics. So I know people who've done business with me that assume I'm Christian because I don't talk about it, right? All right. But if I were to open up to certain people that I've done business with, pretty sure they wouldn't do business with me anymore. Right. So
I mean, that's a completely different. I think it might just be like you live in. I don't know if you consider Florida the South, but I mean, I don't know, or Bible Belt. I mean, I'm not American. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, here I'll say I do think it's harder in Canada to be a Christian because obviously Canada is very liberal on certain things, and I think that if you're staying faithful to the Bible, I mean, you probably would agree the Bible does teach against certain things which are considered to be acceptable nowadays, and I mean that in and of itself will get you beaten.
Oh, and there's a whole culture war going on.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, I recognize that totally. And that's why I'm going to give you some insight to, why I'm even here doing this stuff. All right. That's why I'm doing this, because I want my voice to be heard. All right. I don't want the whole country to be overwhelmed with Christianese and Christian thought. All right. It's like,
well, why not? Like, why don't you want that to happen?
Because I think it's not good for our country.
So, like, specifically the morals behind it, like, what about it specifically?
I strongly believe in the separation of church and state. I strongly think that's one of the most important things that we have as a country in America. And I don't want to see that fall. All right. And politically, I'm on the left more than the right. All right. I do not like what I'm seeing with Trump. It has nothing to do with religion, but I don't like the whole thing. And I don't like the fact that Christians got him elected. It's like I can't get over that. So it's like this year I decided I'm going to speak, not when I'm doing business with someone or not when I'm, doing something private like that, but I want to get my voice out there so that there's something else other than Christian thought in this country. So that's kind of it, insight to why I'm doing what I'm doing.
So what was like the main thing that made you not want to be Christian? Like what would you say that was the deal breaker, or was there not a single thing necessarily?
Studied my way out of it, started to believe things that I hadn't believed in the past.
Like studied what specifically?
Started with evolution. Things started falling one by one, and the things I believed, questioning my whole understanding of, the Bible and the things I was living for. So studied a few years and determined that it wasn't right for me, and I never turned back after those years. I've been an atheist for 10, 12 years now.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty common story. I don't know. As far as evolution is concerned, I'm not an expert, and I'll probably say that that's not the case. That's true because I'm not going to pretend like I know something I don't know about. But yeah, no. I mean, I guess the thing I would say is that I don't know, I'm not even going to get into that because it'll hold a can of worms. But I appreciate the conversation, man. I'll see.
Hey, Noah, I appreciate you too.
See you.
And your opinions are valuable to me.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll see you. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Lou. Lou. How are you doing, brother? You just had surgery 2 days ago, and now you're doing this, man. You're a inspiration to me. I'd still be laying in bed. Well, actually, I am, but
Believe me, I've had my share of pain.
are you recovering okay, though?
I'm okay. I'm really sleepy because it's hard for me to sleep with the pain I've been having. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, good. I'm glad you went through it, man. I'm thinking about you. So
Well, I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah. So unfortunately I came to your stream 2 hours late. Sorry,
Oh,
I just woke up and
it's so wild. I I have nobody to talk to, and then all of a sudden I get people to talk to, and the people I talk to, like for any length of time, are pretty deep people. So it's not like a surface level conversation. You know, it
yeah.
goes pretty deep. And takes up a lot of time.
It does a lot of time and a lot of energy. That's why I'm saying, you're kind of being an inspiration to me right now. You just had surgery 2 days ago, and here you are, just doing what you're doing. So I got to give you props for that, man.
I had time. So tomorrow things are going to change. I'm going to have a lot less time. So while my girlfriend was at work and I'm home alone, I'm like, I might as well go on there and try to chat with some people.
Yeah, I get you. I hope you got her a good dinner. You were talking about that last time we talked. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. But yeah. I mean, today was interesting. A lot of interesting conversation.
Yeah, especially that last one there. I get what he was trying to say, and I get what you were trying to say on that as well. And from my perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is how I'm seeing it. I'm seeing two. I don't want to say sides, but for this last conversation, I'm listening to two people talking about really their own personal experiences and personal thought, and we're trying to and each side, or maybe just one side, is trying to convince another person based off of their own personal experience. I mean, you've made it clear that you don't believe in the Bible, and at the same time, I respect what he was trying to do, bringing up the scriptures, but at the same time, you've made it over and over again. You simply don't believe it, so I don't think that would be. I don't think it'd be worth me going over that with you.
Here's the thing. It is so clear to me, for me personally now, talking to people on a deep level and going deep into these things, that it really is about how you view things, right?
Yeah. Right.
How you see the world, and it's very important. And I'm not against. I think this. I'm not against Christians. It's not like I'm not trying to get to Christians. I have an agenda. I made clear on the last conversation, why I'm doing this. All right. But it's like when you're in a certain mindset, all right, it is very difficult to get out of that mindset.
It is.
Whichever way you're going to go. All right.
It is.
If you're a Christian, it's very difficult to get out of that mindset. All right. And if you're an atheist who has thought about these things, and have contemplated it for a long time, it's very hard to get you out of that mindset. So,
yeah. Like I said, it's we have these beliefs, and I think everyone's beliefs we hold near and dear to ourselves, and it's change, especially. I can't talk for you, but I'm almost 50, and I'm literally one of those kind of people. Well, I'm 50 years old. You're not going to change my mind now. I'm just kind of stuck in a rut, and that's just how it is. And I go from that way. But then again, someone always will come up with something and it's like, oh yeah, I've never considered that before. So I can't make that claim absolutely. But I get where you're coming from, and I really did enjoy our last conversation. That's why I've been thinking about you, and even though you don't believe in it, I've still been praying for you for the surgery and everything like that.
I think I told you I never mind that.
I actually, the lady that was on right before I joined you the first time, I've actually been talking with her on the side for a while. We've had some really good conversations and stuff.
Oh, cool.
So,
I was feeling she was very politically oriented, like involved in the politics, it seemed like.
Yeah, we've avoided politics. And mostly it's just getting to know each other, that type of thing. But it's been an eye opener for me, and I definitely enjoy other people's perspectives and listening to it from there. Even if we don't agree, I think building a foundation of understanding where one person is coming from, and then going from there, and then just have an open dialogue. I think that should be the way to go. But
yeah, me too. That's why I'm trying to structure these little talks I'm having, trying to make it, comfortable and conversational.
Right. No,
I mean,
you're doing good. I mean, I just checked your subscriber count. You're growing like crazy, man. So, congratulations on that.
I'm hoping this year to make a little noise.
There's definitely noise being made from whoever it's coming from, but it's being made. But also, I want to say, James Apperson was on right before this previous guy. He's an atheist, but he's also he seemed pretty friendly, and I don't know if James is still there, but I'd like to chat with him sometime too. I hope none of you guys find me confrontational. That's not my point in any of this.
I definitely don't find you confrontational, and I certainly hope you don't find me confrontational.
No. You're stating what your belief is, and I think the last person I was talking to, I'm not knocking him down at all. I think he was really trying to push something, but I don't think he was listening clearly to what you were trying to say. And, you stated outright, well, I don't believe the Bible, and it doesn't matter, how many prophecies or texts or anything like that. You simply don't believe it. So, that would be more of kind of like just, I don't know, chasing a hot dog on a stick. You're not going to catch it.
Like, if I believed the Bible to begin with, then these things become far more persuasive to me,
Right.
And, but you kind of,
I don't know. So, I don't. Could I ask you a question? Because you brought this up a couple of times, and I just want what your opinion is on that. I'm not trying to put you in a corner or anything like that. But you've mentioned that you were born again a couple of times. What did that mean to you when you said born again? What was your perspective on that?
A total changing of your life, right? What it was.
Was it like something you did, or something from an outside influence, or a way you changed your life type of thing?
Well, I was thinking about this recently because I was telling my girlfriend of those experiences, from way back, way before I ever knew her, But at the time I was born again, what I did was I had been studying and reading the Bible, had been going to some charismatic prayer meetings, and I got to a low point. I was alone. I cried out to God. I asked him to come into my life. I changed. I wanted a total change of how I was living my life. And I wanted a whole new way of living, a new beginning, which I think is valid. I mean, the born again experience is a real experience. I never thought it was like not a real thing in terms of the psychology of what's going on in the mind, right? and that's it. I turned my life over to Jesus. I decided to follow him wherever he might lead me. So I did a radical, it was a radical type conversion, and stayed radical for a while, and then Slow Drift. There's a song by, I don't know, Jaws of Clay. I think they talk about a slow drift away or something, you know. But it was a slow drift away.
Okay. No, thanks for sharing that. You know, I've had talks with so many different people, so if I just, you know, we're talking about personal experiences here, and you know where we're coming from, and I guess the only thing I would like to do is just share a personal experience with you, and just leave it at that, and take it as you may, and go from there. And I'm not trying to, you know, because personal experiences, they're objective to every one of us, you know, and we can't use that as hardcore evidence, I don't really think. But maybe I don't know if I've told you a little bit about myself previously.
Personal
but
experiences are dear to the person who had them, that's for sure.
yeah, and it's like I said, it's not necessarily evidence. It's not like my personal experience is suddenly going to change the entire world or anything like that. It's subjective to me, just like your personal experience, and I believe the personal experience of everyone who's watching the stream and who's participated in it. But I think I mentioned to you last time we talked, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because like I said, I talked to a lot of people. Growing up, I definitely wasn't a Christian. I remember at a young age, my parents would take me to church, and I'd literally fall asleep while the preacher's, you know, preaching. You know, you think of the what was it, the Snoopy movies, you know, and you hear the teacher go yawn 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 in the background, and I would fall asleep, that type of thing. But I didn't really grow up in a Christian family, and I went through a really hard life. I experienced a lot of physical and emotional abuse at home. I went through some really horrible things. I don't want to get too personal, but at a young age, which for me, hearing about the existence of God, first of all, the first question that came to my mind was, and I'm sure you've heard this before, but I'm talking from the heart. I'm not saying these lines up, but really the first question that came to me is, well, if God, if you're real, how can you be good? And if you are good, how can you be all powerful by allowing this stuff to happen? And then I went from there into, instead of questioning, starting hating God. And then from that point on, I just went to, well, you know, there is no God. This is basically what it is. And I ended up living on the streets. I actually worked for a guy who was a major contact at the area that I was living in at the time, not living there now, but with the cartels. I was living in a tri-state area. And I got on drugs a lot. My favorite drug of choice was meth, but I did marijuana left and right. I mean, he used to have parties, man, where take these huge martini glasses, you just fill it full of bud for people free for the take and that kind of stuff. And so I never had to pay much, but I ended up living on the streets. I was a dealer and doing all sorts of stuff. And I got into some really crazy things, you know. For anyone who's lived on the streets, I don't know if you have, so I'm not going to make any assumptions. So I'll just, for those who haven't.
I actually have, just so you know.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, we got to, there are rules, there are unofficial rules on the street, right? You can't project yourself as being weak, you know, otherwise you'll become a victim. And, you know, so I was always kind of I'm a small guy, man. It's like when I turned 14, I hit the height of 5'7", and I haven't grown an inch since then. I don't know why, but I haven't. But so I guess I was kind of like, you hear about these little guys with an attitude, you know. I had the short person's complex, but my thing was when I was on the streets was because I saw a lot of people being abused, you know, a lot of kids that showed weakness and stuff. So my big thing was all about respect. If you disrespect me, well, we're going to get into a fight. And, I'll be honest, I probably lost more fights than I won, but I gained a reputation of don't disrespect Phil, that type of guy. And I wouldn't say I became a member of a gang. We called ourselves more of a brotherhood. We actually had a connection with the Hells Angels. So I was actually dealing for them as well. And wasn't anything Christian at all. I mean, honestly, if anyone even brought up the name of the word God, I was looking around to see if there was a Christian I could beat up. That was the kind of person I was. But I had this one friend that would let us occasionally. He had a 1-bedroom apartment, and he would let me crash there every now and then. It was a great relief, instead of sleeping on the sidewalk or an abandoned building, to actually sleep on a couch in a heated environment for a change. That would be nice every now and then. And we never got into religious discussions or anything like that at all. And I remember one day, it happened, gosh, just 31 and a half years ago. We were walking down the streets, and the way I used to dress, man, I was the leathers and the chains. I had knives hidden all over me just in case I came under attack, and I had my Doc Marten boots on and all that kind of stuff. And I had my red laces on. All right, if you know what that means, I'm not going to go any further on that. But I had my red laces on my Doc Martens. But it was like all of a sudden he said out of the middle of nowhere, and I don't even know what he was talking about. Was what we were talking about, but he just suddenly said, just out of the blue, he said, "Phil, do you think God is really happy with what you're doing?" And for me, from a personal experience, it was like I got hit over the head with an I-beam that they used to make skyscrapers, and my whole outlook on everything changed. I realized what I was doing, the kind of attitude that I had, and like you said, you were calling out to God, and you gave your heart. For me, that was enough conviction for me. I hadn't read the Bible. I hadn't done any of that. And I'd given my heart to Jesus. And things within me began to change immediately. I mean, my friends were even kind of afraid of me because they knew I would just go off into a fight no matter what. And all that anger and fear, especially when you're living on 2 years on the streets. I mean, to this day, I'm almost 50 years old. If I'm out in public and even at a restaurant, I will not sit down anywhere unless my back is facing against the wall. It's just something that stays with you. You don't get out of it. And but my friends were starting to look at me differently, wondering what was going on, because I had suddenly changed. I went from a man who was literally full of hate, mixed with fear, and mixed with I'm ready to fight at the drop of a hat, to all of a sudden I had changed. And it wasn't because I'd read a Bible or I'd started going to church or anything like that. But that was kind of my first experience with God, and that caused me a lot of questioning, and people also questioning me, as well as, what's happened to Phil, because I was still hanging around these guys, but I was a different kind of person. Then from that point on, then I started looking into all these different religions, and I ended up just reading the Bible, and to me it just spoke to me. But that's my personal experience. I don't expect what I just said to you to change anything that you're going through at all, or you're why you're an atheist at all, or anything like that. But that's how I became a Christian, basically.
So I think that's an experience that you had, and I think it's important in your life. And it probably changed the whole trajectory of your life. All right. So I don't think that is something bad. All right.
No. And like I said, this is just a personal experience, and like I said, I'm just relating it to you. I'm not expecting this to change your mind on anything, nor anyone who's listening.
There's something that I haven't really delved too deep into, but it's something that I'm interested in, and that is the why we hit certain moments in our lives, and then we can do a complete turn, or an event can change the trajectory of where we're going, and I definitely think that happens, right? For sure. Right. It certainly happened to me. All right. So I know it exists, but I do also know it exists in other religions.
It
It exists
does.
in, many different things. So I attribute those things to our, the mental thing, right? But they're important, and I feel in my life I had a born again experience, and then I had a leaving religion experience. And they both were, this is why I'm interested in it. They both kind of were similar, in some ways. It's like a mental break or something. It's like, all of a sudden your mind goes in a different direction, right? And I view it as like becoming an atheist was like me being born again into not belief, and I experienced a lot of good things out of that too. All right. So I've been wanting to get more into the psychology of why these events happen and, cause us to change our path. Right. Because it definitely real, it affects your life. I was also a tough guy. Okay. That was a long time ago, but
Right.
I was into fighting and all that stuff prior to becoming a Christian, and I wasn't a drug addict, but I did drugs. I used to do cocaine was my thing. Right. Me turning to Jesus did a break psychologically that I think did it just created a thing where I stopped doing the cocaine and I never did it ever since. So, as a Christian, I would often give that testimony, And,
Yeah, right. No, I can relate to that. I mean, what happened to me, it wasn't like I changed my mind instantly and I decided, okay, I'm going to follow these new sets of rules. It was like something inside of me changed, and I told you I was a meth addict, and just like you said, you stopped doing cocaine. Was that what it was? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I instantly lost the craving for meth, and you got to consider I was doing this for years, and all of a sudden it was like gone, and it was like,
Right.
what's going on here, type of thing, right?
I know a lot of people in my circles when I was a Christian that had similar experiences.
Yeah, but you're also right. 90% of the world believes in a god or a deities or some sort, and they can all come forward with some sort of testimony similar to what I gave or what you had or something like that. And so it does boil down to a lot of personal experience. And I think just gathering for what I've been listening to you, at least today, and like I said, I came in 2 hours late, is I'm hearing two sides trying to relate personal experiences and then trying to convince the other one based off of those personal experiences using, I don't know, this last gentleman was using a lot of text and stuff like that, which you've already said, well, I don't believe in it. What I find is interesting is I actually kind of did the same thing you did, in the sense that when I became a Christian, I really started looked into it because what I was challenged with was I wanted to see what the other, I'm just going to say, worldviews. So let's go from atheistic worldviews, the whole evolution thing. I mean, I even looked into stuff, as the Eastern religions. I grew up next to a Native American tribe, so I looked into their beliefs and stuff like that. And I don't know, for some reason, for me, I guess the opposite happened with me. It kind of strengthened my belief in my faith, but for some reason, it kind of took you in another direction. And I don't know. I know it's getting really late. You've been streaming for a long time. You just had surgery, but I would like to talk to you sometime, maybe if we have time to spare, about why that could have possibly been. Why did I go one way and you went the other way? It'd be kind of interesting to
I
discuss
want
that.
to come on your channel one day and chat. To me, I find that interesting because it kind of goes, to me, it goes through religion, non-religion, but I look at it as a psychological phenomenon, because, yeah, I mean, conversions are real, they happen, they impact our lives. And like I said, it's for me, it was like when I became born again, it was a real change in my life. And when I left Christianity, it was a real change in my life. And
right.
I don't find leaving Christianity anything negative. I've had it, for me, it's been a positive thing. It's been a very getting to know myself better, I guess. I mean, these are psychological terms, right? Self-actualization, becoming truly content with myself. That's sort of been what happened after I left Christianity.
Right. And I hope you don't feel like I'm attacking you on that. It's not that. It's just more of kind of we both kind of had a similar experience, then we ended up going to different directions. So, yeah, you're more than welcome to come on my channel anytime you want, or I can come to yours. It doesn't matter. I would just like to have that discussion, but I don't want to wear you out either, brother. You just had surgery 2 days ago,
I am worn out right now.
I bet you are.
And my mind has been spinning for like 4 or 5 hours.
Well, I promise not to keep you, but I would like to keep in touch. As you know, I'm going through a lot of health issues too, so it's very hard for me to schedule right now a stream. But if you want to, I don't know if I gave you my public email. I can do that.
I was on your YouTube, and what I got to do is get more into your YouTube. I saw it was a lot involving a ministry to Mormons.
Yes.
And what comes to my mind right away when I hear that is, was it Dr. James White? Isn't his ministry started out like ministering to Mormons?
Yeah, I'm not like him. He's a little bit more judgmental than I am.
No, I'm saying, but I think his whole ministry started that way. I think.
Yeah. Well, I've spent most of my life, except for a few years, living in a Mormon community. So I guess that's what I focus to. But really, I'm willing to talk to anyone. It's not just limited to them, but that is the main focus. And I'm not. You brought up my channel. I'm not trying to promote it, but under each video description, there's multiple ways for you to contact me, to reach out to me. And if you want to come on, that would be fine. We can maybe schedule a time that works great for both of us. And, let's just have a conversation, like we're doing now. And
so I'm all for it. I appreciate your, your connection. And we'll talk soon. I'm going to go try to eat something and, get a little rest for a little while.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I'm learning something. I have to say, anyone who's in the chat, okay, please subscribe if you want more crazy talk. All right, get in there and subscribe, like. Then that's helps the algorithm. So. Yeah.
And I would encourage that too. And also make sure to leave comments in Lou's channel, because that really helps the algorithm as well. More activity that's in there.
It's important.
So, yeah, Lou, I won't keep you. I just want to say that I'm glad to see you're up and running, and it just amazes me that you're actually doing this 2 days after having that surgery. So that's an inspiration to me. And get some rest. I hope to hear from you soon. And, hey, I'm rooting for you, okay?
All right. Appreciate you. And have a good day. We'll see you.
You too. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
So, anyone in the chats, please subscribe, like, comment. Doesn't matter what you think. I could take it. I'm a big man. And hopefully we'll see each other again. Have a good one. Bye.